How we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Friday. I think we're gonna just dive right on in. So let's play some Marvel Snap. Oh, I should check my shop for my Mary here real quick. I'm waiting to make poor financial decisions. Nope, still not a Mary variant. I actually wonder how long it's gonna take that rotation to get through. There's a lot of ultimates at this point. Morning, Taurus. What's going on, Duffy? Oh, gamers! I got my infinite border on my werewolf avatar last night. I decided I wanted to fire off a singular off-stream conquest, and naturally we played 1 and 1-1. Silk Gaming. Might wait a turn on this. When I played at the Infinite Border Avatar, I actually tagged you in the Discord, Roth. I played the bounce deck. Because you had been talking about cutting Chavez. I actually beat Sandman in my Conquest run with the bounce deck, in part because of Chavez. Hey, Fridley, thanks for the 2nd month. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Our Infinite Conquest today, we are not. I'm going to play... I have a couple of off-meta things I want to test today, and then I think I've got like 9 or 10 Infinite tickets, so we're going to burn on Monday. Monday's stream is going to be a... No looking at chat, stream delayed, try hard stream.
Opponent snapped.
You're snapping me. I don't know, I feel like my hand's okay, but they can also be holding back a lot of power because of the Elysium. Is one day enough to get through all my infinite tickets? It should get through most of them, I wager. And if we don't get through all of them on Monday, it technically doesn't reset until Tuesday, right? So I'll be able to, we'll be able to play then. This. I'm gonna do this. This could hopefully will let us snake priority here. No, probably not. Whoa, they're still playing Mobius. What a gamer. This interaction being bugged is really frustrating. So werewolf, I lost 4 points on my werewolf because of that bug, which is it just sucks. I don't know. There's any other way to put it. I talked to a step dev and they said that Juggernaut moving this shouldn't do that, and they're looking into it. So that's frustrating.
Escaped.
What's the bug? When they Juggernaut your on-reveal card, it no longer counts as being played, and Werewolf doesn't jump. So Yellow Jacket was played here. It was Juggernauted to here before it flipped up, so my Wolf didn't move and then move back. I did see the online exclusive bundles. They're not really meaningfully different or better than most things. I don't know. I might buy the Wolverine one. I'm gonna wait and see if we get another spending event when the what's it called rolls over this season. Because I believe those bundles are up through the season rollover. Yeah, any card that currently moves your face down on reveal is currently counting it as not played with Werewolf by Night, which is not the intended behavior. Back-to-back, snap them on the Storm Legion draw. We're hoping to draw Yellow Jacket here. Our next couple. That's kind of appealing. I'm gonna storm them off of Asgard. And then we'll have to make a decision on whether or not we want to Legion or not. If we draw Yellow Jacket, we probably Legion, no problem. Seems like we're off to a good start this morning. Yep. Game. This is 13 in the middle. It's 8 here. It's 13 over here. That beats their Doctor Doom, right? Oh, I guess it's only 12 in the middle because he'll get. That's still fine. I think I want to stay. I'm a fish. We beat their Doom, right? It's a full tie because oh my god, we lost because of the one. Oh my god, when I counted their fucking Doom. Oh my god, what a fucking day. Should I just take today off? It feels like Marvel Snap is telling me to take today off. Between bugs and Alliance. Let's slug it out. Goliath is such a fucking shit stain of a card. We're back to meta where you died of fart or shake. I mean, that's objectively not true. I'll have a best X video to post as soon as the editor is done, but like from a purely objective perspective, the metagame is very reasonable and solid.
Wind.
It's honestly, I am shocked at how much the metagame post Alioth change is still. I'm shocked at how much the metagame post Alioth change is still the same as it was before it, if I'm being honest. This would put me to 2 and then 7, so I'd be 9 here in the middle. They probably can't beat us here, right? Do I just like play? I just like do this and stab them? I can just do this and stab them. Just play for left and right. I guess there's a world where this bounces here. And then I could lose. But I guess I could already lose, right? I do this and stab them. I don't think they're gonna play hard for the left. Alright, we got back 2 of the 10 cubes we spewed. No affiliate for Untap for explicitly their premium stuff. The worst part about the Phantom well, we are Legion gamers today. The worst part about the Phantom notification on this is I keep forgetting to actually check it when we actually have something completed. What do you think Legion's play rate tank? Legion's play rate tanked for the same reason play rates tank when they adjust any Marvel stat card. The primary purpose of taking -1 power away from something is to deal psychological damage to players who are bad at evaluating cards. The 2 web exclusive bundles have differing amounts of credits. The Carnage variant is a 1200 gold variant, whereas the Wolverine variant is a 700 gold variant. So they adjusted the credit payouts because of that, I imagine. Oh, Tribunal's the best deck in the game right now. Changed my mind. I disagree with that, but I don't know that I'm gonna change my mind about it. So we're 1 in 4 to hit Storm here. Uriel, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. I mean, I'm like legally obligated to Legion the Raptors, right? Can I win the game anymore? Classic Legion gaming. I played Legion. Can I win the game anymore? I had Alex on for a little bit, but I don't know that I watched the completion of any of his runs. I saw him playing Discard. Deck's very good.
Escaped.
Don't ask Jeff. Oh, is it? Jeff, am I going crazy? You've been starting your streams earlier. No, I've been starting earlier. Metrics have remained relatively solid post-drop, so I've still been going live at 8 a.m. Central as opposed to 9 a.m. We'll see. As long as the metrics keep solid, we'll be doing longer streams. I expect I'll eventually scale back to like 9 to 3, like I was doing for a long while. But while numbers are up, you should expect more from me. So basically, what I'm telling you is, if you enjoy the longer streams, make sure you show up every day. You be here, I'll be here.
Assemble.
Yeah, this morning's YouTube video is taking a bit longer because it is it's a best decks video. We'll have an untapped rundown in a hot second once the best decks video is up to the editor. He's gonna need like another hour or so. Today's video is not short, to say the least. Wrong one. What if I do this, and then we close out on like Yellow Jacket here into Doctor Doom here? Could be reasonable. And that's actually fine. That's good even for us. Because remember, the on reveal doesn't have to trigger for the wolf to jump. So wolf will jump, space will open, Doombot will go across, wolf will jump here. We'll be at 12 here. I won an Infinite Conquest off stream last night with the Hawk bounce deck I've been talking about playing. One infinite ticket, one infinite win. Chat, I really can't emphasize enough how much easier it is for me to play Marvel Snap when I'm not live. And so like the game is it's a different game. Like there's no distractions. It's just me. There's no distractions, there's no screen sniping. It's just me and the thing. There's no talking and clicking. It's just head down doing the work. Radicus, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. It's been a little while since I've done it, but for a number of early months, for a number of months earlier this year, I did a couple of on-stream infinite grinds and then off-stream infinite grinds in different months, And even when I'm trying my hardest to do everything optimal while streaming, my average cube rate was about half of what it is when I'm playing off stream. Just to like exemplify the magnitude slash factor to which it is different. The Wolfhawk deck. Yeah, if you check my decks page here, look for the one with beasts in it. I also twittered it. Can I snap them? I feel like we're super far ahead. I'm surprised they stayed with their Sandman deck into my... I'm surprised they stayed with Sandman against what I have going on here. I just have so many cards in play already. I think I'm actually just gonna do this right now, so that way, in case they Sandman me here. You explain Armor versus Collector of the Hawk Bounce deck. Yeah, Destroy's the most popular deck in the format. And Killmonger and Shang-Chi are cards that you have to play around. Yeah, Monday. So, I don't know. I might do like 1 or 2 more Infinite tickets over the weekend, but I have like 10 of them. So, Monday's stream is going to be on a delay, we're try-harding stream, basically. I'm going to Iron Lad here, just in case we hit Jubilee, so we could go Jubilee into thing after Jubilee here in Mojo World. Is Thanos still viable, or am I coping? No, Thanos is one of the most popular top-performing decks. We'll have an updated best decks video here in a little bit when the editor gets it over to me. But Thanos is very much still good. Nailed it. What an easy game. Also, the absolute best part about my Infinite run last night, gamers, was I got to beat what's his name? I beat Sandman in the last round with my bounce deck, so suck shit toxic deck. I want to put Jeff here so my wolf doesn't move, and then we'll play Doom and spread out. I don't think they have anything that wins here. Legion coming. I mean, if we would have Legioned Mojo World with how many things we had on the board, we were super favored, so that was like a reasonable outcome for us. What's an infinite ticket? Infinite tickets are what you use to enter the Infinite Conquest. This current deck is not something you can play without Legion. It is basically a Legion combo deck. Like, obviously, we're winning some games without it, but at the core, this is like a Storm into Legion lockout deck. You know what else locks you out sometime, chat? Ads, but never on this channel where you get locked out of gameplay by adverts. We're going to take a 2-minute break while these run. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. You're watching on the YouTube side and you haven't tapped the like button yet. Please consider finding that button. 94 viewers, 23 likes on that platform. Julius. I saw the Wolfhawk deck, and I see you're using Armor instead of Luke Cage. I was thinking of using Luke Cage to cover Shadow King. Any thoughts? Yes. According to Untap metrics, Shadow King is about half as popular as Shang-Chi, which also matches my anecdotal experience. Also, Shadow King is only good against your Werewolf. It's not good against your Darkhawk. And if you play well and manage priority, you can jump your Wolf around the board to dodge Shadow King. Armor also covers you in the face of Killmonger, and Armor is a powerful tech card against Destroy, which is the most popular deck in the format. So I very, very much think not playing Armor in the bounce deck is wrong. I am very, as someone who doesn't optimize decks often, I am very confident that, the 12 cards I posted for the bounce deck are ideal. I can pull them up on stream here while we got the short break, but these are what I used. These are what I used for my first Infinite Conquest of the season. I'm very, very confident these cards are great. Oh, I have 12 Infinite Conquest tickets actually still. Gosh, that's a lot. I didn't realize we had that many. I might pop off one or two more over the weekend. And then Monday's stream is gonna be all Infinite Conquest. Monday stream is gonna be on a delay, not looking at chat, head down, try hard stream. So it'll be similar to how I play off stream to a degree. And then if we don't manage to burn all of the tickets on Monday, Tuesday morning we'll be able to place them too. The way you explain it so good, I wish you had a podcast. Yeah, I'm a 30-something white dude, but I can't quite fully break into podcasting myself. If you're someone that listens to other Marvel Snap podcasts that exist around the regular, and you want to poke the people whose podcasts you listen to and tell them they should have me on as a guest, you should do that. Because I'm trying to make time to do more collab stuff. It's one of the upsides of having a video editor. So I'm not stuck editing every night, but I definitely do not have the bandwidth to commit to a weekly thing all the time. I wouldn't mind doing some more collab / guest spots on things. Why is Monday a tryhard stream? Yeah, you have to use the tickets before the season roll over, CJ. At the end of the season, all the tickets go away. All of your tickets and medals turn into boosters, and they reset. Yeah, the not so humble brag about our 12 tickets is that I really didn't play a lot of Conquest this season. Dugga, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Thinking about getting into content creation, do you have a background today before? If not, what did you learn? You should not use any of... what's the best word that I'm searching for here? My editor existing content is not... was not particularly great. It was very crude, very bare bones. Kid you? I am not joking when I say that before I hired a video editor, my YouTube videos were put together using a PowerShell prompt in the command line. It was literally me just using FFmpeg to cut up my stream archives and copy and paste them.
Paid my hand.
Am I scamming? I can't tell. If they play anything big right, it's probably scam. I'm a little concerned about them playing something big on the right here is the problem. Ah! Rip. Needed them to play into the flooding. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna play much more of this.
Escape.
A couple of the people on the subs Discord server were playing this like below rank 5,000, and there really is a pretty key / fundamental difference, I think, in the quality and average game that happens at those ranks versus where I'm at. There's a reason why we play off-meta things. We usually slam the Proving Grounds. And you keep playing this deck, you might end up below 5,000. I don't know. We've lost quite that much. I think we're a little bit below. How much below positive are we? We're only down 8 cubes. And we lost an 8 cuber I probably shouldn't have stayed in, to be fair. I don't know if this is the right play, but with the Sunspot, it's a super fun play, so YOLO. Wait, that's how that works? That's gotta be fucking bugged. No way that is remotely how that is supposed to work. That's got the,
Wind, aid my hand.
Maybe I should have stormed the Sunspot. I was like, I was in my head, I was like, I want to storm a different path because Sunspot's going to win the left. But like, realistically, they're like a Shadow King Shang-Chi deck, right? So we're probably just going to eat shit again here. Yeah, we're out. All right, I'm done with this deck. This one's a pile. And honestly, it's probably good for the game that this is a pile. Legion Storm Lockout being competitive is not a world you want to live in, I don't think. Someone asked earlier, and I forgot to answer it, am I going to be live tomorrow? I am not, so the metrics for the Saturday stream last weekend were not great, so I'm gonna reclaim that as family time.
Behold my creations.
All right, this is an oldie that was a very goodie, so I'm interested to see how it feels. This is definitely a deck that you did not want to play into a field full of Mobius. Mobius didn't actually run that many decks out of the game, but it definitely ran this deck out of the game. This deck was tough sledding into that one. Yeah, I like this deck a lot. This deck is responsible for 3 or 4 of my infinite borders.
Opponent snapped.
Stay for the step. Yes, there is a leech build of this deck that's become popular again. but I don't think that build. I think that build is worse than this one. In my opinion, that build is worse than this one. Oh, that's frustrating. Oh, I should have Cosmoed Center and then armored here, right? So now we get rug pulled. Well, I guess if they're a Legion gamer, we get rug pulled either way. I think not playing Cosmo in this deck is an incredible mistake. You need Cosmo to protect Limbo in key spots, and it helps you play against Shang. Also, this deck doesn't give a shit about Luke Cage. We just gotta go. Tech cards are real good. I'm looking forward to the leaked Killmonger counter. Oh yeah, Alioth too. In a post-Alioth world, you really need armor and Cosmo. Yeah, but I haven't played this. This deck hasn't been playable since Alioth was out, so. I am very confident that this build is better than the Infinite build. For what it's worth. The Infinite build is basically clunky to the point of being unplayable in any game where you can't protect Limbo or have Limbo. Sorry, when I say post-Alioth, I mean the world after Alioth exists. If that makes sense.
Behold my creations.
You think I'd rather fill the raft than Asgard? Wow, wild set of locations here.
Oh, snap.
Misty was an incredible draw. So you have to go armor left into Jeff Misty left, fill the raft, and then keep triggering my Hulk. That's so frustrating. I was about to say we're playing against the Leech build, but with that play, we're not, right? This means we're playing against Cerebro 3. And honestly, with that in mind, I think we just move these here. Because they're gonna Valk this path, right? So I'll just get this over here building up.
I am Iron Man.
Oh, you know, if I was putting them on Valking the left, maybe I'm supposed to armor. Maybe I'm supposed to Cosmo there, actually. They can rug pull. If they rug pull, they can't Valk me, and I'm gaining at least 6 on the left, so I think if they rug pull, we're okay.
I am Iron Man.
35 wins the middle, right? They go to 30 with another +5. They already played their Mystique. And they can't play for the island. They thought 18 was gonna be good enough? They must have forgotten the island was there, huh? They thought Iron Man would scare me off of playing there. Yeah, it's true. I didn't realize my Hulk was huge.
Behold my creations.
Behold my creations. Let's fill the center up here in case it ends up being Savage Lands. Oh God. Monka. If this ends up being Warrior Falls, I suppose I can armor it down the line. Snap, I think this is favorable for us. Warrior Falls is probably bad for the average Renslayer deck. Yep.
Victory.
I just realized I should probably be taking notes for this one. So this is probably one worth posting a highlight with. I haven't had She-Hulk content in a long time. You're in pool 2. So, Suda, if you check out this Marvel Snap Minutes playlist, it's got some intro content in it. Good to see some of the old timers snapping. Hope you're having fun. Yeah, you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Behold my creations.
Oh yeah, this deck's gonna absolutely love Kyria. Protect your 1-drops and your 6-drops all in a singular card, like. Big game. I'm gonna hit Gap with the thumbs up because Gap's a regular here and I think he'll understand that it's meant in good jest. I think Gap will take that the way it's meant to be taken. Holy shit. I mean, like, this is the hand, right? What'd you cut for the upcoming card? That card isn't released till January, so I'm sure things will look different by then, but yeah. Jeff is definitely the flex spot in this deck right now. I guess I do kind of need Magic or Quinjet, huh? Is that too late, though? So I got what I asked for, but is it early enough? It's kind of not, right? Yeah, it's kind of too late without Magic.
All systems go.
Yeah, I needed Quinjet or Magic earlier. I think we probably gotta go.
Escaped.
Quinjet last turn lets you play Hulk plus She-Hulk, right? No, because then I'd only soak 4. I soak 1 less, so it means the regular She-Hulk costs 2 and the copied She-Hulk still costs 1. Oh, it would let me play copied She-Hulk and copied Hulk. Sure. I don't know that that's enough though still, right? Like I'm so like pretty dead to a Shang-Chi. You're right, Jet's right. I could have the Quinjet would have let me play them, but I don't think that lets me win the game still. So you're right, but the end result is still the same. So peak Twitch chat call out. End result is still the same, but you were an optimal. Anyone drop. Anyone drop. Nailed it. For the tryhard stream, I get to run multiple decks. Today is kind of me trying to figure that out. I'm going to be sampling other decks that I think I could maybe want to play in Conquest. Most of these Hawk decks can't interact with Magic, so I think I'm gonna go for that. But this could be wrong. It could be right to just Moon Girl Hulk here. The Widow's Bite is actually kind of reasonable for me, because now I get to copy my hand and not brick a draw. Oh, you know what? I messed up here. I should play Moon Girl left, Widow's Bite center, so I can throw priority. Although I guess once I play the Hulk, I'm no longer throwing priorities. Maybe it doesn't matter. Oh, I'm probably supposed to play copied Hulk, right? It gives up information, but it makes my Hulks bigger. Oh, geez. And then I just have to go again, right? We're just dead to Shang again? There's no way they're not a Shang-Chi deck. Only 2 cards left in their deck. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a good chance this deck's not playable. Like, tech cards are very, very good. And like I said, these a lot of people attributed Mobius to making decks like this one get pushed out of the format, but the reality is, between Wave, Prison, and powerful tech cards, decks like this already had a hard time in Marvel Snap's metagame. Mobius kind of dealt people the final psychological blow where they could no longer justify playing it because it was really obvious that She-Hulk was bad into Mobius. But the reality is there's been lots of other factors that have made it. With the amount of Loki, shouldn't tech cards be less present? So, something that I've talked about a lot at length is that, by and large, Marvel Snap gamers refuse to adjust to the metagame. Which is one of the many reasons why you are infinitely better off simply just playing the best deck, i.e. likely Loki, rather than trying to metagame it, because people don't build their decks appropriately. It's like, take when Mobius released, right? Do you remember, gamers, how long it took people to stop playing fucking Wave? Despite Mobius being literally goddamn everywhere? Like, it took those gamers way too long to figure out that they should stop doing that. Alright, I'm gonna play Magic. And hopefully they Loki me. Yes, perfect. I think I snapped them at this point. My Hulk is significantly bigger than theirs. Because Loki gives them a 12 power Hulk. And my Hulks are gonna be 24. 22? 24? 24. They don't have another bird. That's why I said I hope they Loki me here. They Loki'd their other bird away. I did not do my Infinite Conquest win on stream. I played it off stream last night and I played Bounce. My Hulk's bigger than your Hulk. Neener, neener, neener. Bounce with Darkhawk. Yep, Bounce with Darkhawk and Werewolf by Night. Deck list is on my Twitter and my threads. Did you sub Invisible Woman in place of Jeff? I can see that as another anti-tech card. Did they draw a card that rug pulls Limbo? Or do they forget we have a turn? forgot. They forgot there's another turn, chat. Alright, as you will. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Pump or no pumping?
Victory.
I expected this deck to be fine into Loki. Maybe we do cut Jeff and try and fix the tech cards matchup. That's definitely felt harder for us so far. Already playing Cosmo Nightshade.
Behold my creations.
Behold the creations, gamers, for they are good. May or may not magic that one. Honestly, with the Invisible Woman, Nexus is probably good for us, huh?
Opponent snapped.
This is a Galactus snap. But it could also be a Professor X snap. Nah, I don't think it's an Elias snap. So they could Professor X us this turn in the center, but generally speaking, these Galactus decks don't have. Generally speaking, these Galactus decks don't have a second Goblin. I assume we're dead at this point. Why I also play Quinjet? Because I wanted to soak extra energy. But, yeah. Oh, I'm giving them a Hulk here. It doesn't matter. My brain is off and the game is done. That was me not paying attention. I'm emotionally checked out.
Escaped.
Alright, this is again, obviously we could take a better line, but the end result is the same. And I should just retreat rather than continuing to press buttons. Something I've emphasized a lot as I've talked about the metagame and where it's at right now is it's definitely still very early, and there's definitely a lot of potential for decks that are incredibly frustrating to play against to come out on top. I really, and again, this is something I've talked about quite frequently at this point. I really can't emphasize enough how much Loki is a significantly better best deck for Marvel Snap than all of the toxic prison shit that creeps up towards the top with some frequency. Galactus is 100% back. I will be posting a best decks video later today, and it will be the second best decks video in a row where Galactus is a featured deck at the top of it. I'd like to dedicate that fact to all of the shitters I regularly block on Twitter for complaining that Second Dinner over nerfed Galactus. Pre-nerf, Evolved Hulk created one of the worst metas in my opinion. Yeah, but Wave was responsible for that metagame, not High Evolutionary. And when push comes to shove, that's the reality a lot of people refuse to acknowledge. Is that Wave is the singular Marvel Snap card most largely responsible for incredibly toxic metagames again and again and again. No, I don't think that's remotely true, Burgle. At least on a personal basis, I disagree with that. The decks that restrict your ability to play the game are the ones that generate the worst metagames, in my opinion. It's a shame She-Hulk went middle. Maybe, you know what, honestly, I think I messed up here. I think I should have put Sunspot and Armor both mid, and then I could have slammed Hulk somewhere else. I'm kind of in an awkward spot here. Their Hawk's only 10, which means this beats Hawk in the middle. Oh, they're a Shang deck. Sure. I'm playing so poorly today. It's been a wonderful reminder about why I did my Infinite Conquest off stream last night. They're just like an emoting chud on top of it all. Get the fuck out of here, asshole. I actually didn't know that Hulk wasn't going to get bigger under Dark Dimension, so that's good to know. Am I happy with where Wave is now? I don't think it could be described as Wave is responsible for bad metagames anymore. But she does still enable a number of cards like Eliath and Fast Professor X and Galactus that I think are really frustrating and unhealthy and should never be best decks. So it depends on how popular and good things are. Alright, gamers. You know what is popular and good, though? It's not Galactus. It's the things these adverts want to sell you. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Like, the number one thing for me personally when it comes to enjoying Loki and Marvel Snap is that when I play against Loki, I basically never feel like I got cheated out of the game because I always have lots of sequencing decisions and other things I could be doing. Whereas, like, my games against Galactus and ramping into Professor X, I basically always feel like I lost the game because there was a coin flip involved. And, like, sure, some games of Marvel Snap do come down to coin flips regardless of the matchup, but the Professor X matchup is almost always a coin flip at best. And at absolute worst, you're just fully locked out with no guarantee. Yeah, at a minimum, I think Professor X should lose a point of power or even two. I think a lot of the people that complain about Loki are people that don't want to think critically about the output range of their opponent. They don't want to look at their own deck list and be like, okay, what can the Loki player do to me here? I mean, I don't even think Professor X's power is related to Jeff the Shark at all, because Jeff the Shark's not really a counter to Professor X, because every X deck is just a Jeff deck as well. So you're just like going Jeff to Jeff there. It's like the TLDR. If you're someone watching on the YouTube side, you haven't tapped the like button, consider doing that. 129 people hanging out there and only 62 like button pressers. Our stats have been pretty mediocre with this so far this morning, right? Not super feeling it. Yeah, we're 3 and 5. We won a big cube game though, so we're almost even on cubes despite having a shit record. I don't know, I definitely haven't been playing great, so I don't know that I'm ready to write the deck off yet. Yeah, that too. All of the obnoxious Professor X ramp decks are also playing things typically like Blue Marvel and Claw and others, where you're not going to be able to contest them realistically because they're going to add way more power than you. The idea that Loki shouldn't make cards completely free gets floated really often, and I gotta be honest, every time I see someone suggest Loki shouldn't make 1 energy cards free, oh, right, are the servers down? Let me restart my client. Every time I see someone suggest Loki shouldn't make 1 energy cards free, I stop and wonder if you're playing the same game of Marvel Snap that I am. Like, Loki is not, none of Loki's power level is related to the fact that he makes 1 energy cards free. If anything, the average game where you're playing Loki, you don't have space on the board to put your opponent's free 1 energy cards into play. Drew Adoshi, thank you for the 39 months. Welcome back. Fizzy Dragon, approaching a nice amount of months. Thank you for the 68 months. Oh, I have a reconnect to a game. What?
Escaped.
Oh, come on. So it told me matchmaking error, and then I was actually in a game that whole time. Well, that's jacked up. Aaron K, thank you for the 19 months. Dury Pak, thank you for the 7 months. That was a little bit ago. I gotta redo my notifications. I keep missing them. Just in the zone. Telekinesis Kyle with the brand new Prime if you're still hanging out. Sorry, I missed that one a little bit ago. Yeah, it didn't look like it lost its rings at least.
My creations.
I will say, I think if they actually wanted to, I think if data showed they needed to adjust Loki again, I think an interesting direction they could take the balance for him would be like, Loki, the cards you get from Loki are -1 power or something like that. I think something like that would be a meaningful change. Sunspot, Quinjet, Sunspot, Quinjet, Sunspot, Quinjet. Nailed it. Can I snap on that? I might snap on that.
Oh, snap.
Lamakaz, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate the support.
Victory.
They thought they were gonna get electro scammed. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the Invisible Woman kind of throws people off the scent early, right? I did my infinite run off stream last night.
Behold my creation.
I felt like having at least 1 focus run for the season. This hand's super strong to start here. Oh my god, and I get a free Wakanda too? It's a sneaper keeper. Do 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 do. Boo 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 boo. Snap you. Do 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 do. I will say, I enjoy this particular style of deck from the perspective of it lets me look at my opening hand and be like, this hand is strong, I should snap. Like, I genuinely enjoy decks like that, where it's like, okay, this hand is very clearly proactive, I should press the button here. Does Quinjet plus Loki make 2-drops free? I don't believe so. They're usually not a Shadow King deck. I think I'm just gonna full soak here. I think this is soak into play She-Hulk left, and then we just like save up to Hulk somewhere else. Or do I full soak again this turn, because then She-Hulk only costs me 1 next turn. That ends up with more on my Sunspot, right? You can complete Infinity Conquest with this deck. I'm considering it. I don't know, I haven't played this deck in a long time, so one of the things we're kind of doing today is getting a feel. Monday is going to be my Infinity Conquest day on stream. So today is me trying to get a feel for which decks I may or may not like for that. Do I want a magic here and risk that? They could Snow Guard me this turn. If they don't Snow Guard me this turn, this magic is really good. I snapped already, right? Yeah. We could eat shit to a surprise Shadow King, but other than surprise Shadow King, I don't see how they win here. Yeah, they could have a Shadow King from the Maria Hill, but that's just not a tech card the opponent's decks usually play. Some Loki players are psychopaths and play Legion, so they could definitely juke us here with that, but I don't think that's common enough to play around. And usually the Falcon builds don't have room to play Legion. The bounce cards kind of take up those slots. And then this Hulk is just 29 middle, right? So even with a big Loki, we should be good. Let's say they play Loki here. They play Loki here for their full hand size. Loki goes to 9, which puts them to 20. And then Collector gains 6, which puts them to 26, so Hulk still wins. Maybe I'm supposed to Hulk right? I don't know. I think it's similar. I guess they have less growth potential on the right. Arrow left could get us. Honestly, I should play around an Arrow and play the second. It's free. Alright, is this Arrow or did we win? Could be Shadow King too, I suppose. Still good through that one. Although a random debris is another reason to play Hulk over here, huh? And this is another one. I really can't emphasize enough how much Loki feels like a reasonable fine deck right now. Like, as someone who's played against Loki and a bunch of other stuff, I have so many close, meaningful games into the Loki deck. None of my random frustrations with the current format are related to the opponent's archetype. They're all related to random Prison and Galactus stuff. Which, to be fair, Prison and Galactus stuff is mostly the same deck.
Behold my creations.
He wants to suck our blood, blah. This is actually kind of a shit location for us because that messes with our Moon Girl hand size. Our hand's not that good. I think I'm gonna leave. No Hulk early, no Moon Girl, can't play highs clunking things up. I think we'll just retreat the one and call it a day. They lost Dracula, but I can still go next. The bounce deck is fine into Loki, so my Loki hate is wager. So yeah, I think the bounce deck is good into Loki too. Most of the decks I like playing are what decks legitimately have a bad Loki matchup gap? Because I feel like I'm super biased because I've literally everything I've been playing is like this feels like it's close at worst. What decks exist in this format where this can never beat Loki? Is it Destroy? Is Destroy have a bad Loki matchup? The Zabu and the Sarah decks feel terrible. Sure, the decks Loki's good against tech cards.
Behold my creations.
I don't even know if this qualifies as a hot fucking take. It shouldn't, chat, but if Loki's good matchups are the decks full of tech cards, I'd consider that a feature, not a bug. That sounds like format balance working as intended. Stop playing shitty fucking tech cards that are annoying to play against. Cosmo the Hood snap. I actually think Loki decks being good against people putting lots of tech cards in their deck is an incredible design and really, really good for the game long term. I think for a very long time, tech cards have been too good in Marvel Snap, in my opinion. It's one of the reasons why I'm ecstatic there is a Killmonger counter coming in the leaked cards. This is super solid. Enjoy my Snap-a-Lap. I saw you got rid of Jeff. Why was that? We kept eating shit to decks playing tech cards. Thus my rant moments ago. Speaking of, this is another one of those, right? I don't think I expect them to pull my rug, so I'm going to stay. I'm gonna not play She-Hulks, and I'm going to stay. Okay, and they can't contest the center at this point. I think 1833 here should be enough. Actually, part of me just wants to play 2 of them here. Hulk left, She-Hulk right. I don't think 21 holds the right. I guess maybe it does though.
Victory.
If we, yeah, maybe it is double She-Hulk here, Hulk here. I could see that. Yeah, I think I'd be talking to that because then if they play enough to beat 21 here, they're probably not beating plus 14, 20 here. Yeah, that's a good take. You explain what Invisible Woman is doing for this deck. We kept eating shit to Shang-Chi, so it's another card that beats. It's a third card that helps us beat Shang-Chi. So our Marvel staff cards are allowed to live. I don't know if it's optimal, but it's the only third card I can play that does that. Yeah, they had 6 power Demon, 6 power Kitty, Elsa on the board. They were at 6 on the right. So they incidentally had 14 into the right, plus whatever other card they could play, plus filling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spots on the bishop. Do I give up 2 points on the Hulk for 1 extra power here and 1 extra power here? I think so. I think so. It's kind of a wash, and it lets me put the stats in a different place than just the Hulk. These are some of your best starts with this deck, where you get to go. You get to go Sunspot into this other one into Hulk. Honestly, I should probably snap them here, huh? The bundles in the web store are fine. They're better than some, worse than others. I might actually be wrong to play the Magic just because they're a, I was thinking I could protect this with Cosmo, but they're actually a Snowhawk deck, so they might not be able to. Drawing She-Hulk is rewarding for doing what we did, though. Yeah, we're definitely another Loki matchup. Which is good. I want to play this deck into Loki. I want to see if it feels like we're competitive. Punish for playing the Magic, ultimately. Does 9 extra points on the left ever win? If I go, like, soak on the Sunspot into play She-Hulk plus for 1? I think that's the play, actually. I think it's pass here, and then we play, like, She-Hulk armor stuff out. Oh, they just gave up their... See, this is the pure, unadulterated arrogance of Loki players, chat. They literally think they can always beat you with your own deck. Like, every time without fail. They just, like, look at you, and they're like, yeah, I could beat you with your own cards. No, you can't. My Hulk is significantly bigger than yours. Pure, unadulterated arrogance is an apt summary of Loki's personality. It is. It truly is. How do they beat 22 in the middle? They can't, right? Their Hulk's only 12. Like, they play my Hulk, and they soak 2, and we still just crush them. Okay, good shot. I think there was a chance we won this even if they didn't Loki us on 5. I think when they Loki us on 5, we become guaranteed to win.
Victory.
By getting Peach She-Hulk, yes. If of all the variants that have been data mined, She-Hulk is one of the only cards in the game I've split the base variant to ink because I just don't like any of the existing variants for her. And I've played a lot of She-Hulk at this point.
Behold my creations.
How do you know the ultimate She-Hulk variant? I think if they hadn't released the Peach She-Hulk bundle coming up, I would have been tempted to buy the ultimate variant, but I like the Peach more. The ultimate's not bad. I would have been happy with the ultimate if the Peach wasn't coming quickly after. Yes, I accidentally split the base art Daredevil while misclicking. So I have a base art Daredevil that has a good split on it. Is accurate. And so against a Renslayer deck here, I actually want to magic Nidavellir because there's a real chance that they have Iron Man in their deck. I don't want my Quinjet to get shanked either. It's a shame I don't have priority here. No Sunspot's a little sad. Yeah, there's a very real chance we Hulk mid here. We'll see. One thing to know about hulking mid behind the Invisible Woman is that he doesn't get bigger. But he wasn't getting bigger now anyway, so that's fine. To the party, bud. We have to coin flip where their wolf ends up at, right? Because if their wolf ends up in our pig path, we lose. This is only plus 14 here, chat. We'll flip for one, I guess. Do they ever move the wolf and throw left? That's a good question. I guess maybe I'm supposed to leave. I don't know. They might be forced to move the wolf because their deck might be full of on-reveal cards. Oh, when werewolf moves out, you win the left regardless. Oh, that's true. But they might not move it. They gotta move it, right? All right, YOLO. Oh, they just fell. Oh, they just fell. This is what I get for listening to Twitch chat. Good game opponent. That's what I get for listening to Twitch chat. We would have actually won the game by 1, right? No, it's not a 50-50 at all. They could have played the way. I think it's more likely that they don't move the wolf though. If you think all possible outcomes are equally likely, it's a 50-50, but I think they're more likely to try and not move the wolf. Nah, I actually think this is the level 1 play, and I let Twitch chat talk me out of making the play that beats the level 1 play. That's fine, that's on me. You got initiative when the pig have gone to 1. Yes! Spider-Ham is very good alongside Shadow King if you can manage priority properly. King puts the pig to 0.
Behold my creations.
I think you're way overanalyzing that, Tipic. I would be incredibly surprised if that was the case. Yeah, I was very happy to spike. I'm gonna be honest, chat. This avatar is part of the reason I wanted to run at least one off stream, because I knew I was way more likely to complete Infinity Conquest off stream than on stream. You know, I almost want to Moon Girl the Misty Knight here in case I don't peel a Hulk next turn, so I'm gonna Cosmo this turn. Oh, you know what? I should Cosmo somewhere else because Limbo's about to move. Mistake on my part here. Rewarded? Question mark? Do I snap on the Hulk draw? I think I snap on the Hulk draw, right? Especially with the Cosmo tagging this. We'll go double. If we're really lucky, we'll draw Quinjet next turn and go Misty Quinjet. And even if we brick on the Quinjet, we could go Misty triggers 6 energy Hulk and then 6 energy Hulk on 7 triggers. So each Misty's will get at least 2 triggers. If we draw the Quinjet, all of our Misties get an extra trigger in there, which would be ideal. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I don't know what to do now, gamers. I think it's Soak on 6 now. Soaking on 6 is extra nice because it conceals where my power is going to be, and it actually doesn't result in that much different power, right? Because if I soak on 6, I end up 8, 10, and And the difference between these two is not 10. Yeah, so it's actually more stats in total to soak on 6 with the She-Hulk draw. I gain 10 just passing. Alright, that was not a rug pull, Nico. Chavez. And then we just like slide She-Hulk into the Sunspot path and play Hulk into like the center probably. Like, what's the biggest thing they do here, right? Is like Modockerson, and then we beat that, so we go She-Hulk here, Hulk here. If they Modoc, let's say they have Modoc Apocalypse in hand. If they have Modoc Apocalypse in hand, Modoc would be 8 here, plus 4 here, plus another 2. So you'd be gaining 14 here up to 21, and my Hulk is 18, so we're at a minimum of 24 here. Yeah, we got him solidly covered. All right, I think I'm ready to stamp a seal of approval on this one. We're gonna play a few more here, but I think this feels very reasonable and competitive. Modoc went 16 mid. Yeah, I counted 16 mid. No, it's not 16 mid. Why no Legion with Nico and Stogard seeing a lot of play? Why do I need Legion? You mean to like save your limbo? One of the big upsides to playing this version of this deck as opposed to the Infinite build is you don't need to play limbo in this deck in order to be successful. Also, the most popular Snowguard deck is also a Loki deck. Our Loki opponents have constantly been Lokiing away their thing, which is probably wrong, but I think in a lot of the games where they've Lokied it away, I would have beaten them even if they tried to Snowguard me. They had 3 cards in hand. Yeah, but if they play Modoc, they only discard 2, Gap. They had 3 cards before they played stuff. Yeah. Oh, we're like a Sunspot or a Quinjet away from stamping them, I think. They play Lady Sif left every time. I'm playing the bounce deck you built, and it feels like it's hard to get enough power with it unless you have Werewolf by Night and Darkhawk on stream. And Darkhawk. Are you gonna play any of it on stream? Oh, I mean, we've played it on stream already. But yeah, we'll play more of it on stream at some point. Also, like, just friendly Marvel Snap reminder that you should not stay in every game of Marvel Snap that you play. And there are lots of games you should be leaving. Like in my Infinite Conquest run with it, for example, I actually won the last match that I played simply by having more stats in play than my opponent. And when they were playing Hella Tribunal. I've taken the advice of, if you want to lose cubes, don't snap and don't retreat to heart. You know what else you should really take to heart, chat? the wonderful advertising that these adverts are serving up to you. As always, if you want to dodge those, you can consider subscribing to the channel either with your own dollary dues or for free with Prime Gaming that you get with your Amazon Prime subscription. Otherwise, we'll see you in 120 seconds. Don't go anywhere. One of the things to call out too that people are probably missing in the bounce deck, if you're not super familiar with it, is if you have Forge Nico, Nico's double her power mode is actually really good in that deck. Like Nico is like regularly 8+ points of stats in that deck list, and more than that if you have the right set of locations out. One of my games was like a 56 power Nico at one point. Yeah, Invisible Woman's another card that helps dodge Shang-Chi and tech cards. How many times do you think people leave matches where they should have stayed? Not often. People don't retreat nearly enough in Marvel Stat. You throw a link to the Nico bounce video. There is a Nico bounce hawk deck up on the Hoaglandia Snap channel. It has the build up there has Elsa instead of werewolf. We'll post a video with the werewolf build at some point. I can't post too many bounce highlights in a row on the YouTube side though, because otherwise YouTube gamers get cranky that they've been tricked into watching decks that are hard to play. Here's a screenshot someone just tweeted at me. Classic 33 power werewolf by night on Cudlun. Love it. Jack Fury, thank you for the 43 months of Prime. I appreciate the over 3.5 years. Welcome back. Triple digit werewolf gamers. That's what I'm saying. 2 threes right there. Triple digits. Tried this deck and it seems alright, but sometimes Darkhawk doesn't get enough power because there's no rock slide. Sounds like you haven't played the deck enough or aren't playing it very well. Between Bast and bouncing your Korg / Widowhawk is consistently larger in this deck than he is in Zabu decks. And this is, I think your wording might be taken personally. It should be taken personally. They're trying to tell me that the deck is built poorly when they have very little experience with it. Like, it's just in the purely objective sense, Bast plus Korg gives your Darkhawk more power than Rockslide does. Like, that's just basic arithmetic. Bast plus Korg is more. And then when you mix in the other facets of the deck, it is consistently larger. Yeah, also true. You also don't consistently need big numbers. But like Korg Widow Hawk is a 10 power hawk on its own. You bounce Korg once, it's 12. You bounce Widow once, it's 12. You Bast, it's +3. Yeah, sometimes you play 2 Darkhawks. I think Hawk Remote is good. I think there are a bunch of good Darkhawk decks. Yeah, that was, the person said, do you think your wording will be taken personally? That was basically the implication from that person's post. They're like, is my sample size bad? No, Jeff must be wrong. That's how I personally take their implication there. They've done nothing. Is this morph good? I want to live in a world where this morph is good. Oh god, I've made a terrible mistake, chat. I've made a terrible mistake. Vatsu, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Probably dead. Flem chat Friday. I'm gonna be honest, the average discourse surrounding everything related to Mobius's balance changes means I'm certainly never putting Marvel Snapchat non-sub only again. There's just way too many Magic the Gathering level bad takes floating around the community that I'm not entertaining for free. You wanna deliver me a potentially bad take? Watch the stream for an hour first or pay me. Pick one, dealer's choice.
Victory.
Yeah, see, I don't know, maybe I'm just doing something fundamentally different with the bounce deck, but like this is a common comment I have about the bounce deck. Like it kind of leads into what the person on Twitter was saying too, right? There's so much discard, I'm having a hard time with the bounce deck. Like I legitimately think the decks that just put big numbers into play are some of Bounce's best matchups. Like when I play that deck, I feel like every time I queue up into discard or a deck that's just like putting semi-honest kind of big numbers into play, I'm like, beep, beep, let's go. This is the matchup I want. Oh my god! We won a coin flip, gamers! Holy shit, gamers! Mark the calendar! Hallelujah! They're gonna own us left. No, they're just Loki with Shang-Chi. Jeff is out here describing why his bounce videos don't do well on YouTube. Yeah, no joke. That is exactly 100% correct. Gosh, I wish I could fill Sacred Timeline, but I just realistically can't do that before them. I think I'm supposed to just magic here to keep their Loki small. Yeah, they certainly fill the right faster than me. To the person in chat who just said it's Cerebro 3, do you know the opponent's username from playing them? Because the Killmonger definitely implies Cerebro 3 at this point, but they hadn't played that yet. On average, Sentinel Shang-Chi is Loki in this metagame. If you recognize their username, that's one thing. But I definitely don't think this start is you put them on Cerebro. Yeah, it could be Sarah Control, but I think that's unlikely. I assume Cerebro 3 and I think that's a bad assumption. That's why I want to talk about it, right? So like when the Killmonger gets added to the board, it looks like Cerebro 3. But statistically speaking, Shang Sentinel, the most common Shang Sentinel deck is not Cerebro 3. Just for what it's worth. That's why I wanted to talk about it, right? Oh, I guess this is bad. Yeah, we're just at this point.
Escaped.
I think we were dead either way. Maybe there's a world where we Chavez middle and then I draw Hulk. They could also rug pull us here too. No, they can't because they're invisible, man. Yeah, maybe I could have won that with Chavez mid, Hulk left. Don't contest middle to mess up the power. I can't contest the right because of the threat of Valkyrie, tall for it. Is the thing.
Behold my creations.
I guess this magic into Moon Girl. Discard deck on average means we don't have to worry about getting rug pulled here, which is great. We want to draw Hulk or She-Hulk next turn to copy. It could have been right to Cosmo. Try and catch a discard here. What decks do I have lined up for it? I don't remember. I learned a few things in the deck editor though. I want to try a couple different things to see if there's anything else worth playing in Infinite Conquest next week when I eventually play. Sedge. No Hulk, no She-Hulk. Probably means we're in trouble. Isn't Cyclops good enough to fit in this deck? I think Cyclops is excellent in this deck. That's why I'm not playing it. It's a shame we don't have Sunspot out, or else I'd play to drawing She-Hulk. We're just going 6 into 6 at this point, right? The question is, where am I putting them? I think it's some combination of the center. I think it's Hulk here to leave some uncertainty as to where our points are going to be. And this should be fine, right? Because we're getting 2 more here, and then these are spreading points out here, hopefully. Alright, features you wish your Flexispot desk had. Not super functional. I've had it for like six or so months now. As a heads up, Flexispot is going to be running some sales around Black Friday. In about 3 weeks, so if you're not in a huge rush to grab a desk, wait for that, you can grab a deal. This deck's felt really good, David. I think I think I've convinced myself to play at least an Infinite Conquest or two with it on Monday when we do try hard stream.
Behold my creations.
They've been playing the Movers deck, which means Sanctum's a favored location for them. Do you know what model desk I have offhand? I don't know. Do I have it in the command here? No, I don't know that I have a specific link to my model. That's a great draw. They're not playing the Movers deck. I think we're favored into Loki. I'm going to snap them with this hand.
Oh, snap.
Oh, yeah. With that draw especially. Our opponent is a very deliberate gamer. I think I'm gonna play the Moon Girl into Shuri's lab just in case they try and juke us off of the double up later with the Snowguard Hawk. Been loving Nico. I wonder if there's value in adding her versatility here over Invisible Man. I don't think you can put Nico in just any deck. I think you really need to make sure you have I think you need to make sure you have a density of things that Is this the play? Is it just like double Cosmo, play Giant Hulk next turn, win the game? Yeah, I think so. We have priority here. I think you really need things you don't mind sacrificing to draw cards for Nico to be a worthwhile inclusion. And this deck does not meet that requirement. I do not want to sacrifice Sunspot, Misty, or Quinjet. Magic is the only thing that we debatably want to, and that's pretty narrow slash specific timing. And drawing extra cards makes Moon Girl awkward with some consistency. Invisible Woman helps us dodge tech cards. I know I already have armor in Cosmo, but like tech cards are literally the only thing that have been beating us. Can we win middle versus a Jeff? A lot of these Loki decks have not had room to play Jeff Tepic, so I'm not playing around it. I am with this Cosmo line, I am purely playing for we're gonna win the tiebreaker on 2 locations. So if they have some kind of tech card to play into Sanctum, they're gonna get us. They have the bear. Yeah, but I'm shutting all their stuff off, right? So like part of the reason to play the Cosmos out is because I'm stopping them from putting Hawk into here. We're down this much here, 11. Let's say they play Chavez. Chavez gives them plus 18 to 42. My Hulk is 32, 34. We would go to 54 to 42 is plus 12. We also gain 1 here, so we're plus 12. They're plus 10. We win. We're beating Chavez by 2 here, so I'm gonna stay. We lose to exactly Jeff the Babyland Shark. But again, these decks, especially the build with Beast and Falcon, they don't have room typically to play. Oh, I'm gonna lose to Elsa. Oh shit. Is that right? Yeah, because she goes to 4, right? I was counting we were winning by 2. Oh, math. Good catch. Good catch. I forgot about Elsa. Good catch. It's tragic. We caught it from chat quick enough that I could have retreated, but yeah, rip. Our Hulk needed to be slightly larger. Or Felsa again, yeah, something like that. Hey, Zach, thank you for the over 5 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Poseidon, thank you for the 11 months, by the way. And a couple of new subs in there as well. Deadbolt and Vatsu, appreciate those. Time Lord, thank you for the 57 months. I feel like, have I just been like, I feel like I've either been zoning out. Oh, it didn't start in my deck, so this doesn't actually work. That's funny. I feel like I've either been zoning out notification, or I've just been missing a ton of them lately. Llama Kaz, thanks for the Prime. Jack Fury with the 43. And Time Lord, thanks for the 57. Hope your social media break was good. Social media break? You're much smarter than me. The Wolf bounce deck that only has good numbers on my personal untap profile, it also has good numbers on, it has good numbers on the general tracker with a couple hundred games logged. I could get rid of this, but on the other hand, RNGesus take the wheel. Who am I to not ambush yet? Monka Squirrel Girl! Oh no. Oh no. Magic might actually be wrong here. Our hand doesn't do a whole lot though. Alright, I would like 1 Kazar, please, District X. I'm at 12 here? Oh, the game's not ending this turn. Whoopsie, whoopsie, poopsie. awake! I'm awake! I'm awake! Awake!
Wakanda forever! Escaped.
We did redraw both of the bad cards we tunneled for a supreme bad beat. Tunneled into bad cards and then redrew the bad cards we put in.
Behold my creations.
Lovely. You used up all your good luck on the Shang-Chi coin flip, dude. Do you believe in magic? And this turn 7. Do 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 do. I'm gonna Cosmo here just to try and protect Limbo a little bit, and it also lets me wait one turn to Moon Girl, so that way, got him. So that way we can draw Hulk potentially. Misty Knight. Do I want to play Misty this turn? Misty this turn gets me a Stark Tower bonus. It's probably ideal. Yeah.
I am Iron Man.
Are they a Tribunal deck? TPG, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate it. So, obviously we'll pass.
The mystery intrigues me.
They are a Tribunal deck. Okay, we might have to leave here. Lucky Iron Lead hit. So if they play Onslaught, they're at 16, 23, 25. They're at 100. They're at 106. 106 divided by 3 is 35, significantly more. If they just play Iron Man, they're at 15, 17. 17 times 4 is 68, 73, 74, 74 divided by 3 is 24. So I don't even think we could beat the Iron Man that we know about, huh?
Opponent
Sure, Boomer. Calm down.
escaped.
Opponent's very used to people. The reason why the opponent's deck has good cube equity despite having a bad win rate is because people are both unable to or refuse to do what I just did there, which is take a second and count out what their output range is. No, I don't think they were snapping because I was doing the math. They were ghosting. Like, they were snapping because people that wait end up staying because they just don't want to count it. Opponent's playing Thanos. So verdict on Werewolf by Night. Card's great. Card is not only competitive, it's possibly my favorite card Marvel Snap has released. No, okay. It's not, I don't like him more than Nico, but he is a close second. And he's good with Nico. Oh my god, do I snap on that one? Oh my god, mother of god. I almost feel bad fully locking this path, but against not Shadow King, fully locking this is really good. Thanos doesn't usually have room for Shadow King. Yeah, and it honestly might be just like, do nothing else, play Hulk. maybe we'll play Invisible Woman at some point. Is Werewolf by Night going to get a nerf, or is he in line with where he needs to be? I wouldn't be surprised if they potentially trimmed 1 to 2 points of power off of Werewolf by Night. But I also think the card is still incredibly playable once it goes down a couple of points of power. Yeah, I could see him ending up a 3-1. Incoming Professor X, sure. And then we'll just Cosmo the other path and be good to go. Maybe I should have Cosmo'd last turn. I don't know. Part of the reason I was waiting to play this out is I wanted more Misty Knight triggers to go over here. I don't know if my body is ready for the one Thanos player playing Shadow King to take 4 cubes off of me, but let's go. All the stones with Thanos could get us. Sure, that seems unlikely though. They've only played 2 stones. They would need all 4 of the other stones in their hand. They're gonna Enchantress left plus Shang-Chi. That's probably more likely than Shadow King, honestly. Is Invisible Woman more power? No, Invisible Woman means that I don't trigger Misty or Sunspot or Hulk. So I'm plus 4 power on board not playing Invisible Woman. Yeah, and remember, their Dino, 1, they're gonna play cards from their hands, their Dino is gonna get smaller, and 2, they're gonna lose the Monster Metropolis bonus. So my Hulk's gonna be 25, and my She-Hulk's gonna be 9. So I'm gonna be at 25, 34, 38 over here, and they're gonna be at 18. So they would need to add 16 while also accounting for the Dino shrinking. Alright, gamers, my editor has told me the best next video is going to be uploading momentarily for me to grab. And then I think we're going to do a live watch through on stream to check for typos before we send it to the YouTube channel. So you all will get a sneak peek. And listen, there's 1,600 of you here, so if there's any mistakes in it, it's all of your faults too if we miss them.
My creations.
Yeah, you'll have to watch it twice. I'll need you to also watch it on YouTube after the fact. They were playing, Loki earlier. Narrowly lost. No longer playing Loki. I guess some of the, they were playing Bounce Loki earlier, and some of the Bounce Lokis have been playing. Forge. Is this a full pass into Hulk angle? It could be a full pass into Hulk angle. Genuinely unsure if cloning vats is better for them or me. Probably better for them. Definitely better for them now, yeah. This could even get a snap back out of them. How did the double videos from yesterday affect your metrics? They both ended up performing like the low end of average. So not quite underperforming, but close. They were low enough that I probably won't do double video days with any high frequency, but I may or may not do them again in the future. I haven't posted anything yet today because the editor's still working on it, Martian. I just mentioned that we're gonna take a look at something from the editor here as soon as they send it over. The best next videos take more time. TLDR. If they don't snow guard us, I think we're in an okay spot here, right? I guess they could be a Shang-Chi variation would be bad for us. I don't know. The bounce builds don't always have room for the tech cards. But like I'm feeling pretty okay here. We're like soak. Just like best Utah teen impersonation by a lot here. They have another Falcon. They have a Falcon here. Gotta be a Falcon, right? What's another beast? Okay. I want to say we beat this if they don't Shang-Chi us. Right? Like, my cards are freaking huge here. They have priority. Yeah, but they get to Shang-Chi my sunspots. Utter disappointment. I might not be able to win through them shanging my sunspot on Sinister London. Right, I'm not worried about the Shang-Chi because of priority. I'm worried about the Shang-Chi because of my lad sitting right here. The only concern is that they snow guard this turn. I mean, it's already turn 6. They can't snow guard this turn. And they're not Shadow Kinging. That card's usually not in their deck anyways. They'd have to be the Legion variation. See, I actually think the Loki bounce deck feels very reasonable to play against. Most of the games I'm playing into this Loki bounce deck feel solid and competitive. Oh, you're worried if they snow guard this turn, they could turn off London. I don't know that they have space to do all of that. I think if they snow guard this turn, I can play around them turning off London. Because of how close we are here, right? Because like I'm gaining a minimum of 6 more here plus 1 more next turn. So even if they snow guard this turn, it can play around turning off the thing. Oh gosh. We actually took priority here. Yikes. Alright, take my cubes, Evazord. You got it? I don't think I could just Invisible Woman here. I think I need the stats from Hulk, right? We didn't have any of our anti-tech cards early enough. Do we just play middle? Well, it's because of Sinister London, if I play middle, they just Shang-Chi and it still kills middle because I have priority. You can Invisible Woman. If I Invisible Woman mid, there's a real chance that they just play a card here and then they beat me on stat line. Yeah, they missed 1 draw. There's 4 cards in their deck. Yeah, they are a Shang-Chi enjoyer. I don't think I had any ways to play around that, right? Yeah, we needed armor, whatever it's called, right? Maybe I'm supposed to have played the She-Hulk or the Invisible Woman on turn 5 and just skip playing the She-Hulk, but my Hulk would have only been 22, right? So I would have won by a little bit. But then their play's probably different if I play Invisible Woman, right? They just don't play Shang-Chi and play something bigger. But I guess I don't play Shang-Chi, I keep the Sunspot, right? They would have also kept priority if you played Invisible Woman. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to make a play to make sure I don't have priority on turn 6. Yeah, I think I could have taken a different line to beat this here. Yeah, it's interesting. And that's honestly, like, the reason why I love the Loki deck being good is that, like, this type of end game discussion where I think about things I could have done differently usually doesn't exist against Professor X and Eliath and Galactus decks, right? Like, this was a hard game, but I had a lot of interesting choices in it and things I could have done differently to impact the result. It wasn't just, oh, I lost a fucking coin flip to the Ramp Prison deck and it was an annoying game and I'm mad. Like there's actual meaningful introspection here on choices on both sides. Like, I think the people that really dislike this style of deck are people that just want to, like, play mostly mindless, point slam, 1 card per turn bullshit. And this deck actually makes you think. That's one of the main reasons they hate it. You know what else people sometimes hate, but I think are lovely, chat? These wonderful adverts. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in about 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, they also just didn't play Loki. I mean, to be fair, they're a really good player, and I think playing Loki against my deck's a pretty big mistake. We've beaten the Loki deck every time they've played Loki, and we've had really close games every time they haven't played Loki. And I think with better play, I would have been in better spots than them, which is interesting and fun. What are our stats with this one? Did we recover? I made some mistakes earlier. Yeah, we're net even on cubes. Despite making some pretty big mistakes, we're right about 50% and even on cubes with this, which is pretty solid. Hey, Gaius, thank you for the tier 1. Have you doubled up Abominations? I don't think that card is very good. I think there's just too much Luke Cage in the format. It gets much worse than doubling She-Hulks. This deck's matchup with Loki is similar to stock discard into Loki. They just don't have enough time to get the payoffs you've already been working towards. Yeah, exactly. And those are the types of decks that are like the best into the Loki decks, right? They're the ones where you have multi-step combos that they have to work up towards keeping up with. The decks that have to set up over 2 to 3 turns, the Loki deck can't just copy and take their stuff. So World War Invisible should just be Leech. Why? And that's the type of deck building decision that I think is very silly. Like, walking away from that last game where I lost to Shang-Chi, but could have beaten it with better play. And there was the idea being, well, I could just Leech the Shang-Chi, I think is very silly. Because rather than playing a narrow, frequently bad card to beat the card I could have beaten with better play, the appropriate answer is I should just play better in the future, not that I should put a narrow, bad card in my deck. That's a very common gamer response. They're like, oh, I could put this narrow, bad card in my deck to make up for the fact that I made a mistake. It's like, or I could learn and not put the narrow, bad card in my deck and just not make the mistake the next time around.
Behold my creations.
Behold my creations. Hey, thanks for being here, Wixie. And for being a sub to help my streams be able to keep going. Appreciate that. Are you posting an Infinity Conquest X video by any chance? I'm going to have a Best X video that we are going to share on stream to proofread really quick here because it was a little bit late getting over to me this morning. And then it'll be up on YouTube in a little bit once it has a chance to process there. My editor just pinged me and said there's 2 minutes waiting on the upload. Alright, so Spectrum stuff here for the opponent. Sad that I burned my Cosmo in a lane that they're otherwise locked out of. Invisible Woman has negative synergy with several cards. Can you elaborate? What does negative synergy mean? This is not your corporate office culture where my deck list needs to be more agile to keep up with the demands of production. Don't just throw buzzwords at me. Be constructive and specific when you want to leverage feedback here. Which paths am I playing for here? I might play for here and here, actually. This Invisible Woman is really making the deck a bit less agile. We're going to have to talk about that at the stand-up scrum in the morning. Make sure things get a little bit more fluid around here. Glad I bailed out of the center here with the claw. There's no stand-ups on Friday. Everybody knows that. Ah, true. No stand-ups and no pushes to production, gamers. It's Friday. It's a shame we don't have Sunspot here. If they Spectrum here, they go to 18. I'm getting plus 14 to 19. If they Spectrum here, they'd be 7, 11. They go to 22. I'm going to 26. So we have Spectrum covered, which is their most likely outcome. I don't think they have any other ongoing effects with Claw and Mr. Fantastic Burn that get power into here, right? Yeah, we win this, says Local Man, about to lose to Omega Red. Whew! It was gonna be mighty embarrassing if they had Omega Red, chat. It's gonna be mighty embarrassing. And again, the number one question people ask, you know, when they come in is like, Jeff, how do I get better at Marvel Snap? And this turn right here exemplifies what you need to be able to do to be good at this game. You need to look at your opponent's deck and go, what is their output range? What are cards that they could likely be playing here, and how much power do those cards add to the board, and where do they add it? And can I sequence my final turn in a way to overcome the stats that they're likely to output? It's honestly one of the things that makes Marvel Snap harder than a lot of other card games, because like in games like Magic the Gathering and Runeterra and Hearthstone, even if you know what cards your opponent could possibly have, it's fine to just stay in the game and get beat by it, because there's no downside to staying and getting beat versus just conceding, right? And in Snap, there's a big difference. Understanding when you're likely beat in Snap gives you cube equity and helps you climb faster. And it's such a big skill testing thing in this game that other card games don't reward. In other card games, knowing when you're dead just saves you some amount of time on the clock. To be fair, I mostly can't do that, and I still get to infinite. Yeah, I mean, you could get to infinite without doing it, but you'll get to infinite faster, and you'll be higher in infinite once you, like, there's a difference between players who are in the top, 500, 1,000, 5,000 infinite, and players who are, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands in ranking. And some of that degree is how much those players play, but a big part of it, too, is what they're doing while they play. You know what else is a big part of getting to infinite, chat? Having the right deck list that you know how to play well. So let's take a peekaboo here at our potential
Welcome
top
to my
decks
quick hits
going on.
best decks roundup for Marvel Snap. Today we're going to be running through 4 different groupings of decks. First, we're going to talk about the most popular decks according to public data trackers like Untap.gg. I'm going to run you through some of the top performing decks in those metrics. I'm going to call out a number of lesser played decks that have very promising stats. And finally, I'm going to close out by talking about some of my personal favorite pocket.
All right, hold on one second. I think if I click into the collection screen, the untapped overlay goes away, right? Is that? Thought it goes away in one of these. There we go. All right. Ooh.
Picks that I'm playing right now. Let's go ahead and jump to it, shall we?
It is
Classic
the same
Destroyer
shirt.
remains the most
I didn't change
popular
my
deck
shirt
in the
this
format
morning.
after our recent set of changes, while also sporting very reasonable average cube gains and win rate. Honestly, I really like this being a headlining deck in the format. From the destroy player side, there's a lot of interesting sequencing decisions as you're playing out your cards to try and get the most out of your Forge or your Deadpool as you're blowing up your own cards for profit. And on the opposing side of the board, there's such a huge range of tech cards that allow you to interact profitably with what this deck is doing. If you want proactive disruption, both Armor and Cosmo are quite strong. And if you're on the reactive side, Shang-Chi and Shadow King are both cards you really have to respect as a destroy player. Various Loki shells make up the second most popular archetype following Destroy on the public trackers, and I honestly want to say, looking at the data and playing the game a bunch myself, I think my initial fears in my patch review video on Tuesday have largely come to be unfounded. While the Loki decks are definitely popular and have strong win rates and average cubes, they're not standout performers against any of the other deck lists that we're going to be talking about in today's video, despite their popularity. It's also worth noting that there is a ton of variation in these Loki shells. The core of 5 cards that are essentially present in every Loki deck are Maria Hill, Snowguard, Collector, America Chavez, and the deck's namesake, Loki. The other 7 cards in the deck list are pretty interchangeable and take a lot of different forms. The deck list that you see on your screen here is one that I'm partial to because I really love bouncing cards back to my hand with Beast and Falcon, but there's builds that aren't playing Werewolf that are being successful. There's builds that aren't playing Elsa that are being successful. There's builds that aren't playing Nico Minaru or bounce cards that are being successful. It really feels like there's a ton of customization that you can build into this archetype to fit both your playstyle and the opposing deck list that you want to hedge against. I'm definitely going to be watching this archetype closely as the format develops more, but as of right now, it is...
Someone said Maria Hill is wrong? Oh, this stupid Windows Media Player freezes when I change it.
Logan, my quick hit are recent quite strong and outperformers against any of the other deck lists that we're going to be talking about in today's video, despite their popularity. It's also builds that aren't playing Elsa that are being successful. There's builds that aren't playing Nico Minaru or with Beast in the deck list are archetype closely.
I was going to let it play. I think if it was wrong in here, I'll just make it over next time.
It is not a standout best deck compared to everything else we have going on, while it is still a fine choice. The third and final deck list in our popular category is the Thanos Prison deck. This one, for those not familiar, looks to utilize Time Stone as well as Psylocke to accelerate into an early Professor X to lock down a lane, and then you secure your second path by the final turn with a combination of big stat lines from things like Devil Dinosaur and Thanos, or key tech cards that blow away your opponent's stats like Shang-Chi or Alioth. As we move along from the most popular decks to some of the higher performing decks that have smaller metagame shares on the public trackers, we kick things off with Classic Discard. The addition of the top performing deck as additional cards to provide key stats as well as buffs to Blade and Hellcow have really solidified this archetype's place as a consistent contender in the metagame. Just putting up stats, patch in and patch out as the format changes around it. Discard is an excellent deck to pick up with and learn if you want a really consistent game plan that can put big numbers into play. Anecdotally, I've heard a number of top players also discuss that they feel this deck has a strong matchup into Loki, so if you're encountering that matchup a lot, or if it's just one that you want to be favorable in, this deck list is an excellent choice for that. Sauron Shuri is never terribly popular. If I had to speculate why, I'd say that's because most, myself included, find it terribly boring. This deck list just has super straightforward gameplay. Shuri into Red Skull into Taskmaster, make big numbers, win matchup Marvel Snap. It's quite potent. It basically always has great stats on the tracker, and it's a great deck list if you're looking to just slam into the ladder in the most efficient way possible. As an added bonus, this deck list also has 0 Series 4 or 5 cards, so it's incredibly accessible to players in the mid game who haven't really fleshed out their end game collection yet. Our next top performing list to break down here is the return of a true classic, Zabu Darkhawk, featuring Stature and Black Bolt as their backup stat stick game plan. This deck list is also leveraging Spider-Ham as a low-end disruptive card who is having a fantastic moment in the sun in this post-Mobius landscape since the pigs are no longer made free. This deck list is one of the best ones to be playing right now if you enjoy playing powerful tech cards like Shang-Chi, Enchantress, and Shadow King, backed up by efficient stats in Stature and Darkhawk. Our next top performing list had some ups and downs in the most recent balance changes. While Wave no longer locks your opponent into playing a single card for 4 energy, she's also providing 5 points worth of stats on the board now, which helps you have priority going into your turn where you're going to play a Galactus and blow away the board. Wave's bigger stat line also makes her better.
Yes, all of the top performing decks here are currently mislabeled. We're going to fix that here. That's one of the reasons why we're beta testing live on Twitch.
To set up that turn 4 Professor X into her path to lock your opponent out. The lack of Mobius in the format also means that this deck list gets to accelerate into its 5 and 6 energy plays more
with that old text on Wave.
Path to lock your turn where you're going your opponent into playing a single card for 4 energy.
Nope, all cards cost a maximum of 4 until the end of next turn.
Stats on the board now, which helps you have priority going into your turn where you're going to play a Galactus and blow away the board. Wave's bigger stat line also makes her better to set up that turn 4 Professor X into her path to lock your opponent out. The lack of Mobius in the format also means that this deck list gets to accelerate into its 5 and 6 energy plays more consistently, making both its controlling game plan and Galactus game plan a lot more potent. Our next top performing deck list is one that's almost assuredly been let back out thanks to Mobius essentially being deleted from the game. She-Hulk is a card that gets to enjoy some more time in the sun with her spot in this.
I would like the record to reflect something I don't talk about in here, is that I do think this build is worse than the build that I spent the morning playing on stream. But the build I spent the morning playing on stream is doesn't have any stats. And this one has a bunch of metrics, so it's definitely the one that belongs in the metagame highlight.
high evolutionary variation. Essentially, this deck list looks to set up Magic's Limbo, which you can protect with Cosmo to prevent your opponent from getting rid of it. You then deploy a Leech on turn 5 to wipe out whatever strategy or counterplay they have on their hand. You pass on your turn 6 to then slam a massive She-Hulk as well as regular Hulk or Infinite on turn 7 to try and claim victory with a massive stat line. The next 3 deck lists I'm going to highlight in this week's video I'm calling High Potential. They're all deck lists that have really strong win rates and average cube rates on the untapped tracker, but their sample size are definitely closer to statistically insignificant than not. Let's take a look at some of these sweet deck lists that I think could be breakouts in the right circumstances. Our first high potential deck list is a clutter variation that I think is pretty well positioned into the non-destroy decks in the format. Loki especially really needs absolutely every single space on its board to get value out of what it's looking to do, and clunking them up with green goblins and donated hoods and debris rocks and widow's bites really messes with their jam. This deck list also gets to play Shang-Chi as a powerful tech card to chop down big threats that your opponent might slip into the single spaces they're allowed to play on their board, and we can go toe-to-toe with our own big stat lines thanks to Spider-Woman and Dr. Octopus in tandem with Titania or Hood's Demon on the final turn of the game. Our next high potential deck list is one that I've not been able to feature in a best decks video in some time, and that's Silver Surfer. You'll note that this deck list is featuring Marvel Snap's latest release, Werewolf by Night, and I don't think that's an accident. One of the reasons why Silver Surfer has always struggled more recently, in my opinion, is because it fails to have threats that can get really big in individual lanes, meaning in a lot of matchups,
Thank you for the
to
catch.
test the big stat lines that your opponents are putting into play. Werewolf by Night is a card that can regularly get up to 9 or even double digits points worth of stats, and when you combine that with 3 energy 5 power things like Polaris and Spider-Man, or a 3 energy 7 power thing like Maximus, Silver Surfer can top these cards off to regularly putting you to 20 plus stats, letting you compete with a lot of what is going on in the current metagame. Our final high potential deck list is one that I've been working on my live stream that others have been playing to great effect as well, and that is the Darkhawk Bounce variation. This deck list gets to generate really big stat lines with its namesake, while also being incredibly disruptive with Korg and Black Widow being played out over and over again with Beast and Falcon. You'll note that my preferred list here is featuring Werewolf by Night, but I think that slot can also be Angela or Collector or Elsa, depending on what your collection looks like and what type of game plan you're looking to execute. Personally, I have been drawing Werewolf in that slot just because the way it moves around the board makes it difficult to tag with opposing tech cards like Shang-Chi and Shadow King, but the other options do have merit, especially because they're slightly more resource efficient at just 2 energy. As always, I'm going to close out our deck list video today with a couple of personal pocket picks that I've been enjoying on the ladder, but they've not been picked up by the greater population yet. So
We're going to
there's
play
no
some more of this
meaningful
today.
stats for them
I
on the
might
trackers.
play.
The first of these is Nico Minoru headlining Cerebro 2. I honestly
might play
wasn't
this in
expecting
Infinite
her
Conquest
to
on
be
Monday.
such a phenomenal addition to this deck, but she really kind of does it all. She can duplicate a Cerebro for us. She can make a Cerebro have 2 power. She can draw us extra cards to help us find our deck's namesake. She can reset a problematic location. Really, you're happy with any of her spells other than making a 6-power demon, which obviously breaks up our combo. You'll also note that I'm leveraging recently redesigned Teenage Warhead in this deck list as well. After playing a couple dozen games with her, she really feels pretty good, especially going into turn 6 games where you have priority and can blow up one of your opponent's final plays as a surprise. If you want to see this deck in action, be sure to check back in again tomorrow for a Cerebro to highlight featuring these 12 cards here on the channel. My final pocket pick today is an updated variation of a deck list that I covered last week, sent to me by my buddy Doob Snacks. This is the Zero Typhoid Mary Shell that also gets to leverage Luke Cage as a way to mitigate her drawback, and this deck list always had a bunch of different on-reveal effects, meaning our latest release, Werewolf by Night, slots really eloquently into here. This deck list is phenomenal at putting big stats into play, while also playing fantastically powerful tech cards like Enchantress, Shadow King, and Luke Cage to disrupt whatever our opponent's strategy might be bringing to the table. All in all, I think Marvel Snap's current balance is in a relatively good place. That's not only my anecdotal experience playing lots of ladder matches in the top 500, it's also what's reflected on public trackers like Untapped, and second dinner team member Glenn Jones recently commented that Loki is a popular deck and among the best, but right now their data indicates it's one of many strong, healthy decks, none of which are currently crossing their balance thresholds. The Wednesday after the most recent balance patch was possibly the most diverse the top of the Marvel Snap ladder has ever been in the history of the game.
I'm gonna pull that tweet up actually. So as someone who enjoys dunking on people with data, I love these are some of my favorites. I like just the pure unadulterated arrogance these people have when they make statements. So did the team see the dominance of Loki decks when they considered the Mobius nerf? It seems prevalent in both the ladder and Conquest without any proper counters for it. Loki's a popular deck and one of the best, but right now our data indicates it's one of many strong, healthy decks, none of which are crossing our balance thresholds. Yesterday was possibly as diverse as it's ever been on the ladder. So like, not only are they wrong about Loki being everywhere, but also quite literally one of the most diverse the ladder has ever been. Just like, I love watching Glenn take his big fat stick of data and smack people with it. It's one of my kinks, chat. I'm totally into it. Someone asked, is that previous video you were watching up on YouTube so I can leave it a like? It's not on YouTube yet. We were watching the early draft live here that the editor just sent over. They gotta do a couple of small corrections to it. And then we will, we'll upload it over there. So y'all got the sneak peek, typos and all, so. What else did I load up in here? I wanted to try this, right? Stature Wolf. I'm gonna try Stature Wolf, and I want to play some more Cerebro too. For players, you can find the Cerebro 2 deck list. Yeah, you can find all of my decks up on my Untapped page here. Okay, on one hand, I lost my Black Bolt. On the other hand, Stature was enabled because I lost my Black Bolt, so fair. You see Loki bounce that video. Yeah, the more popular build of Loki has been a bounce variation recently. Our deck's pretty bad into Limbo. Rogue doesn't have a text box against us, so that one doesn't really matter. Is this just like Tempo Enchantress gamers? I think it's just Tempo Enchantress. It could be a Darkhawk build, I guess, but we haven't seen anything out of them yet. You can place Mirage in this deck with any other Marvel Snap card that has, what's our search for? You can replace, you can replace Mirage with any other, like, good on-reveal card. I'm playing Pig here, and then I'm saving the rest of these for next turn. So I don't want to play here just yet. I don't think. Spider-Man here could be bad for us, potentially. Remember, their Jeff can move. They have priority, which is good for us. It means my Shadow King gets to clean their clock here. I was kind of hoping to draw Killmonger, so that way I could clear Nico to jump Wolf into here, but it is what it is. We'll jump you here. We'll play you here. I think I just assume... Oh, I don't want to forge my Shadow King. Because he'll lose the buff, yeah. This is -4 here in the middle. They can move Jeff, so they can play here. Am I supposed to give up mid? What if I just do this? This is 8, 11, 16 over here on the left. I could also just play for all 3. Let's play for all 3. Oh, am I gonna be short in the center? Yeah, I'm short in the center. No, we're good, exactly. Yeah, cool. Close game. Close game. Neither of our decks were super good in the limbo. We're both decks that when I like use our energy up by the 6th turn of the game. I like waiting on Spider-Ham, because typically you're more likely to hit a valuable thing if you wait a little bit. This person was playing Cerebro 3 earlier when we played them. Something to be aware of. Yes, I did an Infinite Conquest off-stream last night. Played 1-1-1. Easiest of games. Hey, Jareth! Thank you for the 48 months. We appreciate that. Welcome back.
Opponent snapped.
Can you get some Professor X step? Could be. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we got him.
Snap.
Boy, golly, do I have a trash can for you to jump into, bud. It's actually a little awkward the way this has worked out. Probably fine though. Man, we are dismantling them, huh? Oh, that's actually fun. Because now I get to Viper here and ship someone across. And then Werewolf can jump. And then we'll Shadow King here.
Victory.
Something that is... This is a weird / unique interaction to note when you're playing Mirage decks with Werewolf by Night, because this is going to come up for you. If Mystique does not copy an ongoing, your Werewolf will jump to her. If she copies an ongoing, your Werewolf will not jump to her. But if you play her with no target, she retains her on reveal instead of becoming an ongoing, and she'll jump to it. Same for Rogue, and same for Iron Lad to a degree. So basically, how Werewolf works is once your card has fully resolved, Werewolf goes, is that card that just finished resolving an on reveal card? If yes, I'll jump to it. And if the answer is no, it won't jump to it. Will Werewolf jump to an on-reveal lane if Cosmo is there? He will, yeah. Werewolf will jump into Deep Space and Cosmo and others. I was told that Juggernaut pushing an on-reveal stopping Werewolf by Night from moving is something they're looking into. I didn't get a verbatim, this is a bug, but the implication was a bug, I think. Quite EV, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Yeah, he won't come back out of Deep Space, but he can jump into it. I might vibe on this. We'll play this now. We'll go Dog. We'll go Viper. You think Werewolf will nerf? I would not be surprised if Werewolf ends up as a 3-2 or 3-1 eventually. Oh, you know what I'm realizing, chat? Killmonger with Viper on the hood's actually a little awkward. Maybe we're not a Killmonger deck. I was just noodling around in my deck editor last night, and I wanted to play Stature with Werewolf. That's true. Killmonger is good into Mojo World here. They could just be two great flavors that are fine enough together that they're worth playing. Is a reasonable take. Or maybe we're not a Viper deck. Yeah, that could be true too. Maybe instead of Viper, we're Carnage. I think you want like at least 2 ways to deal with Hood, but I could see we're a Carnage deck instead of that. Yeah. So reasonable take. Nico Carnage Killmonger would be 3. I count Nico as like half a copy of everything that she does. So I have not been playing like Nico plus one other thing to deal with Hood.
Opponent snapped.
I think I'm staying with the Rickety Bridge and the Mojo Worlds here. I think we're in a very good spot with the Killmongers, so we're definitely gonna vibe. Something that's a conscious decision on my part that's worth noting. You'll note that, well, Killmonger looks great now. LOL. You'll note that I am not playing Silver Samurai in this deck. The reason why I am not playing Silver Samurai in this deck is because when my Loki opponent Loki's my stature, I don't want to have discarded a card myself. So Loki's existence in the metagame makes Silver Samurai less appealing in a stature deck. It means you only have one enabler for stature, but I think that's still fine in most situations, especially with Nico periodically drawing you cards. This works, right? Oh, they did play Snow Guard. They could turn off Rickety Bridge. Doesn't the Shadow King get my Wolf? No, the Wolf jumps to Killmonger, then Shadow King nukes their stuff, and then Wolf jumps back. This might be a risky stay for 8. This might be better, actually. I think I like this better. I think with the Shadow King and the Big Dog, I don't need Killmonger to cheese the center anyways, and they might not play a 1-drop to Mojo World to begin with. Yeah, I think we're supposed to do this. I think this is most likely to win. No, again, this does not kill the wolf. The interaction with Shadow King and Wolf is Shadow King on reveal happens, then Wolf jumps into his path. The cards work very reasonably together. I think I'm gonna swap Viper for Carnage. So I like the idea of having access to Killmonger here. He says as he cuts the wrong card. I said Killmonger, then I cut Killmonger by mistake. You see the card? This is the Carnage in the web shop, right? Or am I misremembering? Is it a different Carnage in the web shop? No, it's a different one. I have this one, chat, so I don't need another Carnage. I actually have a gold Carnage too. Carnage is a card I already have 2 premium splits on. Carnage could be bad with Shadow King. I mean, you could choose to not Shadow King your Carnage path, right? Is the thing? Like, you choose where your cards go? Oh! Chat, I almost missed it, but you know what you certainly won't miss? These 2 minutes of adverts. Enjoy. You're watching on the YouTube side. You haven't tapped the like button yet. Please consider doing so. 173 watchers, only 121 button pressers. I believe in your ability to find the button. Stand up and stretch the legs out here. Rule Egg, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. What does liking a video do on YouTube? Does it make it more visible? Yeah, basically everything on YouTube is all about engagement. The more watch time, the more comments, the more likes. Anytime you do anything to engage with a video on YouTube, YouTube says, oh, people like doing stuff with this. I will do more of that. Give more people more of it to do stuff. Pushing buttons is good. Even dislikes are engagement. People rage disliking things also helps promote them because YouTube likes making people angry. Any type of button pushing makes the video more popular. Capitalists love boiling all facets of things into a single number to point at going up. That is painfully accurate. Painfully accurate. The Galactus tweet made me laugh this morning. Yeah. Just one of those things that sometimes that's just how it goes. The content of the comments doesn't matter. Like if I were to provide my receipt for an Apple goodie in a video, it's a net positive. Yes, literally rolling your face across the keyboard is a net positive. Mother of God. Let's put Wolf here, and then we'll Black Bolt here, and then we'll Shang-Chi here. And then we'll put the lime in the coconut, and we'll drink it all up. Why don't I put top 500 in my title instead? Oh, we were talking about this yesterday. If I put top 500 in my title, and then I accidentally tank a bunch of rankings while playing, I'd have to update my title or have people come in and be annoyed when they see my title is wrong. So rather, I always find, I personally find it annoying when I open a stream and the streamer's rank is lower than what they're advertising in their title. So rather than needing to periodically update it, I'd just rather underestimate, essentially. We have an insanely good hand here. I just need to figure out how to not fuck it up. I think not fucking it up entails... We need to not have priority going into the last turn, right? This might be crazy, call me maybe. Is this the play? I think it's this. Yeah, I'm gonna snap him too. I think this is the line.
Victory.
Because I wanna use some of my energy and move the wolf this turn. but I need the wolf to end up back over here, so I'm losing here and here, so I don't have priority going into the last turn. I don't want to kill the hood this turn, because hood center guarantees that I'm losing there. So that way my Shang-Chi is good, and if we draw Shadow King on top of Shang-Chi, there's no way we can lose, right? So I think, so this line here, doing this play, puts me 3 less power here. I'm downgrading 7 into 4, but I'm adding 2 here, and I'm adding 4 here. So I'm trading 3 points of power for 6 points of power. So it's a net 3, and it develops my board more. And it lets me use my energy. This card, part of the reason I've really loved this card, yeah, we might get a card that we want from Mirage to boot. And at the very least, even if we don't get a card from Mirage that we might want to play, it provides us insight into what we could potentially need to be playing around on the last turn of the game. Mirage is a card that's just really undervalued, I think. The information she provides on top of everything else is just so valuable. Honestly, of all the cards we could hit here, this was like one of the better ones, he says, before Cerebro flips up. Just underrated cards, whatever his current pet card is. No, Juggernaut's definitely the... I mean, I will be the first to tell you I'm way more objective than most gamers. Most of my cards that I'll tell you are pet cards, I'll tell you they're bad. Because they are bad. Like Sentry and Kingpin are my top pet cards. They're fucking terrible, chat. I'll be the first to let you know. These are not good Marvel Snap cards. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Their Nico created Monster Island for them.
Victory.
So, I feel like I should probably pin a comment under the YouTube video because I keep having to issue this correction / factoid. But something to note, people have been pointing out that all of the cards in the data mine video for December and January are Series 5 listed in the data mines. When September cards were initially data mined months before, they were all initially data mined to be Series 5 as well, and half of them were Series 4 at release. So you have to remember, all data mine content is subject to change, but data mine content especially that is coming out 1 or more patches from now is extra subject to change. Generally speaking, stuff that's data mined to be happening before the next patch is going to stay the same. What does it mean to be Series 3, 4, or 5? So Series 3, 4, and 5 kind of determines how expensive a card is. So Series 3 cards are the easiest to get. They're the ones that come out of collector's reserves. And then Series 4 and 5 cards are the ones that cost a premium amount of tokens. They cost 3,000 or 6,000 collector's tokens. They're the ones that come out of Spotlight caches, Tactical Rangers. I think I have a fuller breakdown here. Well, that is a heck of a combination of cards, and my Phoenix Force can grab whatever Lamentus destroyed. Oh, that's cheating. Oh, Untap's letting me cheat, chat. Oh, no, don't report me. Don't report me, gamers. Untapped lets me see what District X deleted from our deck. Infinity Border one and done achievement, or do you have to? No, it's connected to the specific avatar. So the appeal to continue playing is connected to getting it for multiple different avatars. Fucky. Am I supposed to play around? Nah, I don't think they can rug pull me with the Shuri, especially. Just play Wong and vibe. Would give me 13 to 9. Alternatively, the Carnage and the Shadow King are both kind of awkward into our Dorkos here at the Phoenix Force too, right? If I do this, we're 10 versus 8. One could break either way depending on where they play. They might avoid the left. Okay, cool, we're good. Long Carnage kills Werewolf by night, right? Oh, does it? No. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I actually didn't know. You made me doubt myself there for a second. I didn't think it did, but then I did a double take. Thanks for all the resubs in there. I think I would have missed a couple of them. Hollywood K, thank you for the 7 months. Nomad Farmer, coming in hot for the entire year. Let's make sure you got a sword to go with that shield. Jareth's approaching that Hawaii 5-0 with the 48 months. Quitey V, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. What's going on, Ruling? And Baka Nation, thank you for the 32 months. Good morning, good morning. Am I waiting on Hood to trigger Werewolf? Maybe. Reserve the right to change my decision on turns 2 and 3. Yeah, I think we're vibing on the Werewolf. Ideally, we go Wolf Pup on 3 into like 3 on reveals on 4 with this deck, right? Just a bunch of cheap ones. Where do I want my wolf to end up at? If I play him here, we could go 1, 2, 3, right? I think that's ideal. I don't think I want to contest this collector. On the other hand, I could contest the collector and then maybe put it in the ground with a really strong draw here. I could play the hood here and we could have Mirage Ham here. Mirage Ham here with the wolf would be 3 triggers, so we'd be at 13 on 4. That's probably very real, right? Do they beat 13 on 4? I don't think I need to. Back. I'm gonna not do it because I have Shadow King and Shang-Chi. With Shadow King and Shang-Chi, there's just not reason to risk it here. Thanks, my dude.
We couldn't find.
Oh, look at that. We were.
Oh
all right.
my god! This is what I deal with.
We couldn't find the lid to this container when we were putting away leftovers the other night. That's funny. It was on the floor in my office. Who'd have possibly thought to look for it there? Can you mute it? Okay, chat, she's gonna yell at me, okay? I'm gonna unmute it if she's being too mean. Yeah, it looks great, right? I'm glad I'm not the only one who has the magic container lid fairy in their house. Oh, I should have played Black Bolt right? I'm gonna blame that when I'm talking and clicking. Oh no! They have all my tech cards, chat. Are we dead? I think we might be dead to them having all of our tech cards. Although they probably also... Does this win? I might cope this for winning. Hold on one second, child. I need to send you back upstairs or something. This wins the game, Coop. Shang wins the left. Not if they Shang us, is the problem. So I'm gonna assume they don't Shang. I'm gonna assume they don't Shang there. I guess they could Shang us. No, they can't Shang us, right? Yeah, they can't afford to Killmonger because they're on Mojo. Hold on, dude, you're not done yet. I'm putting my salad together and then you're taking the bits upstairs, okay?
Okay.
Kids have the day off school, so we'll put them to work. You want to say hello? You want to be on camera or no? No, but I'll put it back up. You don't have to be on camera if you don't want to. Hold on, I'm not done yet. Oh, we're so close. They Shadow King both of us. That feels super spooky. This is... That's like super spooky, right? I'm gonna figure out how to open this bag of lettuce real quick. I'll put some cheese and some dressing and you'll take this whole bucket up, okay? They couldn't play Shadow King anywhere else. I mean, they could not play Shadow King. They also, like, their It could just be big brain. Yeah, it could, but they also like ran the rope almost all the way down. And if you run the rope almost all the way down, you get 0 actual benefit of the doubt on whether or not you were ghosting me. Especially when your final play is not really that complicated. All right, my son, deliver these upstairs. Good work. Maybe they Shadow King to avoid the Shang on the right. They would have lost to Shang on the right still. Or to avoid Shang on the left. They would have lost Shang on the left still. Because if I had played Shang on the left, I would have been 13-13 because of their Shadow King, and they punted the middle. So if they tie the left, like they literally, it's not playing around Shang. Because if I play Shang on the left after they Shadow King me, we're 13-13 and they punted the middle, which means I auto win the tiebreaker. And they could have just been lucky or bad, but definitely big spooky energy. Oh, this is why other streamers run ads over gameplay. If I play an ad while I'm taking my turn 6, I don't get ghosted. This is. I understand now. I have Shang-Chi, so I don't need to contest Gamelab. Does Wolf jump into Death's Domain? It does jump into Death's Domain. Quick priority, we could get shanked here. Yep. I think we're dead.
Escaped.
There's a link between ghosting and sociopathy. It's the only reason you cheated a game where there's no 6. I'm gonna offer up what I think probably qualifies as a hot or controversial take. I don't think it is fair and accurate to qualify ghosting / stream sniping as cheating. I think you could argue it's unethical. You could argue it's scummy, and I think I would agree with that. But I think there's a like cheating implies or cheating describes you're breaking the rules. And there isn't an express rule against looking at your opponent's hand if they're choosing to broadcast it, right? Yeah, ghosting and sniping are interchangeably. So, like, as a streamer, I'd prefer it doesn't happen. It didn't happen. That would be nice. But, like, I think people who say it's cheating are wrong. It's not a rule because it's impossible to enforce. Chat, we put rules and laws on the books all of the time that are impossible or difficult to 100% enforce. A law or rule not stopping 100% of a thing from happening doesn't mean it's not worth having as a rule. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Wait a minute. Do you play your next card, add a copy to your hand? If I don't play this Nico out, I'm going to... If I don't play the Nico out, my hand's going to overfill, and I kind of wouldn't mind copying a demon, so I think this is fine. I don't know that I want to copy... If I copy Nico with Nico, I miss a draw. And I don't think I want to miss a draw here. Realistically, Dream Dimension means we're not here. Oh my god! They didn't realize that making their thing a demon would mean that werewolf wouldn't jump. Shiggity Shrek, get fucking wrecked. That's so good for us, gamers. That's so good for us, gamers. Can I snap them on that? I think my hand's good enough to snap them on that, right? Just tempo Enchantress here.
Enchantress.
Right hand left. Shang middle? Yeah, I guess Shang's better, huh? Keeps my Nico bigger. I'm not using the extra energy for anything else anyways, right? I feel like the deck that we're currently playing should be like a textbook example of a deck that kind of struggles into Loki, because like we have a bunch of tech cards and our tech cards can get used against us. But the way the games have been playing out, they're like close at worst a lot of the time. It really feels like that push to 4 energy made this deck. Yeah, I guess we're not too weak into Shang-Chi. Shadow King's kind of annoying for us, and our own Killmonger can be reasonable into us in some situations. I guess we're good at not having priority in this matchup. I think Werewolf by Night is good into Loki. Yeah, that's potentially true, Gap. I think that's true. Like, I don't know. I think if a deck like this is reasonable and playable into Loki, Loki is more than in a reasonable spot. All right, gamers. The best decks video is up. Jeff's got the full breakdown on how everything is settling in a post-Mobius nerf world. Check it out here. In that one... Appreciate all the gamers that rewatched that a second time. I know you watched the early draft with us on stream. There's a couple typos fixed in it. The top of the ladder players swear by Loki. I don't know, Gap. Like, I'm not single digit, but I'm regularly queuing into people who are single digit and like top 50 gamers playing Loki, and I don't feel like my games against them are unwinnable by any means. So it's not like my opinion is missing or my anecdotes are missing because I'm not playing into good Loki players, right? Yeah, I think the metagame is super reasonable. I think I was wrong about my worry about the metagame, and where we've played out to has ended up being very reasonable. I wouldn't be surprised if Loki lets them leverage their skill better than other decks, but that's a good thing, right? Like a top deck allowing good players to leverage their skill without being overbearing into other good players is like kind of ideal, right? All right, Daddy needs a Carnage. Together there for us. Oh gosh, chat. I just noticed when Christy left earlier, for those of you following the saga of the lid, she left it in my office still. She didn't bring it back up with her. Do you think she forgot, or is this a test? Could be a little of column A, a little bit of column B. Hide it again. Oh, so it's always a test. I'll play the Hood out on 1. I've been holding Hood because of Werewolf by Night, but with Asgard in play, I want to play it a little more proactively, I think. Punished.
Oh, snap.
They can ad break her right up and put her in her office. We are going to have an ad break in a minute, but I don't think I'm going to put it in their office. Getting rid of their carnage is pretty good. It's a little sad that I burned this and then Green Goblin happened. If we're a true professional, we'll hit our 1 and 6 to draw our carnage here. I'll get my cards one way or another, gamers. Maybe I'm supposed to Shadow King left to beat like a debris. Their deck doesn't have a lot of bigger stat sticks and 3 and 4 energy cost. Well, I guess some of these decks play Sentry. They're playing Werewolf in their clutter deck. That's interesting. You know what else is interesting, gamers? Oh! Is this even good? Uncertain. It's fun. It's super fun. It doesn't matter. Asking the real questions. This will give us 23 on the left, because we'll have 8 power carnage and then 3 5 power doggos. Yeah, it's unfortunate that I'm guaranteed to only have 1 play next turn for sure. Although Stature Center might be good enough to win the game. It's 30 there. But the opponent's archetype doesn't usually have individually large things. So like, does this beat Shang-Chi? This beats Shang-Chi mid, right? Beats Goliath mid too? Does it beat Doc Ock or Spider-Woman? It does not beat those. I don't know if I can play around those though.
Victory.
They're leaving. They're just assuming I can do stuff with these, which is fair. Black Bolt's more power. If I Black Bolt, it'll pull a Werewolf over, and then I lose 5 here. Why does Werewolf by Night move into Vormir if Hood dies? Because Marvel Snap. Death Note. When cards are destroyed, Werewolf by Night still jumps to them. He always makes me jump, chat. Some wonderfully scary adverts. Enjoy 2 minutes of these, and remember to subscribe if you don't want to be scared again in the future. You're looking for something to do while we've got a short 2-minute break, check out our best decks video. I'm gonna run to the restroom. Appreciate all the button pressers over on that one since it went live. Chat, I have no idea how my 40 and 50 pound children consistently make turds too big to flush down the toilet on their own. We gotta maybe introspect what we're feeding these things. Good golly. Too much information. Chat, when you have 3 small children, a significant amount of your life revolves around bodily fluids and none of the fun kind. Need a poop knife? Fiber 1 bars, invest now. You'd either replace the toilet or replace the children. The ball is in your court. I got the Infinity Border for my wolf off stream playing the bounce deck. Monday is gonna be try hard day, by the way, gamers. I'm gonna be streaming on a 2 or 3 minute delay. Without chat, so I can just focus up and not worry about screen peekers. And we're gonna fire off all of my Infinity tickets that day. So if you want to see sweaty try hard Jeff, make sure you're here then. So if I murder this hood, it comes back in the Valley of the Hand tier. And then we'll be able to carnage it. Sounds great. Could be like a Sarah deck. Could also be like Cerebro 3, though. I think... Oh, this is big. It's definitely Cerebro 3. I just noticed it's Big Ogre. I just noticed it's Big Ogre. Oh my god. Mother of God. Shoot. I could eat the Nico, and then that would eat the werewolf.
Nah, this has got to be right, right? Yeah, I think so. I think so. I don't wanna eat the werewolf because the werewolf risks getting eaten again by Carnage over here. Well, they burned their Valk already. That makes me want to snap them. And they've already, like, played their Killmonger and their Valk. I guess I, like, play this left just in case they try and rug pull us. Because if they rug pull here, we're at 16 here and 15 here. Which is plenty. Yeah. Does Valley always return the cards over? I'm pretty sure the Valley cards return in random sequence. Says, how's this deck been doing? All these piles of super fair cards have felt super reasonable. Where are we at with this one? Load! Untapped tracker, load! Oh yeah, that's true. The Valley didn't return to order. Carnage would have been last. Yeah, good shout. I'm liking the post-Wolf meta more than the pre-Wolf meta. Yeah. Yeah, like, I Werewolf by Night. If Nico hadn't just released, Werewolf by Night would be my favorite card in a long time. Nico's incredible utility edges it out for me a little bit, but they're both really good. Oh, wait, what? Oh. If I do this into this... I get a Nico back, I draw 2. Yeah, that sounds great, right? Snap that into the Darkhawk deck.
Snap.
I feel like I snapped 2 into the Darkhawk deck, says local man about to be Black Widowed.
Victory.
Oh wow! Yeah, this is before this one we just won too, where they retreated too. We're 9-3? Sweet. I can dig it. Oh, I was gonna tweet that one, but really I should tweet my best decks video, right? That's what I should do. We'll tweet this one later. All right, I think we've won too much for the time being, and I need to bring myself back down to reality and play some Cerebro too. Archetypes Cerebro 2 is actually also very good. I need to either talk myself into or out of playing Cerebro 2 next Monday. Well, that's not a location we're gonna play into. Hey, nice Eldorte, congrats. How many infant tickets? I think I have 11 or 12 after playing my one last night. You try the high potential number 2 deck. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what deck high potential number 2 is. Broad saw you loaded a Cerebro deck and responded accordingly. Yeah, it feels like that sometimes, doesn't it?
Take a mulligan on this first game. Locations are bad, our hand is bad. My unique card count from the recap. I don't remember. That includes like different variants on things too, right? Are they playing Werewolf Surfer? Maybe. Werewolf Surfer has a lot of really reasonable stats. I was kind of surprised. There's a few different Werewolf Surfer builds that have really good stats. Our destroy matchup isn't terrible with this deck. It's not necessarily good either. Having Storm on 3 is very good in the destroy matchup. Wanna restrict their ability to spread out. I also think this is better for us than it is for them. And this is one of the ways you kind of set up to be good into destroy 2, is if we can have priority going into turn 6, they won't have a place where they can null without Echo messing them up.
Wind, aid my hand.
How buffed is Teenage Warhead? I think Teenage Warhead is a playable Marvel Snap card. I don't think she's about to be breaking any records, but I think if you like the look of her, she's a reasonable card you can include in your decks and not feel embarrassed about it. Any chance in the video you could include win rates and cube rates when you talk about the deck? Nope. Thunderbar, thank you for the prime. By the time I publish the video, the win rates and cube rates of the decks that I'm showing are different. It's a moving target. And also, especially the early take videos like this one, they regularly are just that, early takes, and you shouldn't be putting weight. If there was value in just looking at the number, my video wouldn't need to exist. And I think putting the numbers on the video like that causes people to jump to bad conclusions. I would rather encourage people to use the data responsibly. Come on, Echo. Echo snipes the null we trust. Maybe every time we stay for one, because I'm a fish. Fish confirmed. Chat just wants to see Cerebro 2 fail. For people that aren't familiar with my background, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. I spent time teaching statistics and other courses at both the high school and college level in a former life before I was a full-time meme here on Twitch. And a very common statistical misunderstanding that people often parrot or talk about is this idea that a little bit of bad data is better than no data. And that really couldn't be further from the truth. Thanks for the primer, City Arc. Appreciate it. Bezos, Cerebro, support fun. Oh, that lets me blue Marvel early, which is lovely. Mobius bundle avatar, feel bad for them. Why do you feel bad for the person that bought the high value bundle, chat? Like, even the Mobius aside, the ratio of gold to credits in that bundle was very reasonable. One of my coworkers used to say, analysis models are always wrong, but sometimes they're useful. That's honestly a great way to put it. It's an apt summary. Hopefully this is a copy of Magic on the left. Oh, you know what? I should have split up Echo and Goose here to play into their copy of Null better. Storm? Storm? Perfect. Perfect. You replace Echo and Teenage Warhead with Scorpion and Iceman. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend spending resources on Echo or Warhead. Scorpion, Iceman. I don't think Nico's not replaceable here, chat. Nico is a very big power level upgrade to this deck. Echo and Teenage Warhead are serviceable replacements, though. Hey, thanks to 2,000 people that checked out the best decks video already. Extra thank you to the 172 who tapped the like button.
Aid my hand.
Have you thought about adding Daredevil so you could snipe with Teenage War? Ooh, close. You thought about adding Daredevil so you could snipe with Teenage Warhead? Nah, I think you're mostly able to predict with what she's doing based on your other positional elements. Between Storm and Goose and others, you kind of can predict where your opponent's going to be playing a lot of the time. Where does deck live on the scale of deck to me? I think this deck's like a solid, like, 5 out of 10 or maybe 6 out of 10. Where all of the decks in my best decks video that aren't my pocket picks are probably like 8s or 9s out of 10. I have around a 60% win rate with this deck in almost 100 matches in the last week or two. Which for the record isn't a big sample size, but it's much bigger than I usually play decks for. This is my pet archetype, and we've been playing it a lot. Hey, thanks for being here, D-Fox. We'll Goose here, and then Storm here, probably. Your collection level 28,000, I'm 1,200. I mean, not only is it my job, Jin, but it's also, like, we've been playing for a long time, right? Like, I've been playing Marvel Snap for... Gosh, is it 18 months now? Because the beta started in May of last year. So yeah, like almost 18 months. Also money. I spent a couple of dollars on Marvel Snap over the years. Here and there, but who's counting, really?
Opponent snapped.
I think they're Sandman. You think their Angel and Nico deck's a Sandman deck? No way. I could be getting Juggernauted here. Nah, not another wave deck. You think they're gonna Galactus me? If they Galactus me, we win the game because the flooding closes. I don't have Cerebro or Blue Marvel, so I'm inclined to leave here. I think they're farting the storm. We beat farting the storm. I don't know. It's probably correct to leave. I'm gonna spew. I don't know what they're doing. Got me. That was a great draw, right? So Jeff, Nightcrawler, sure. So it's one of the bottom 50% of draws in my deck. I needed to hit something that allowed me to play to both. Yeah, I think we have to go.
Escaped.
Yeah, they're just like the old Wave Movers deck. Wave is better with Alliance in many ways now because it's better at managing priority for you, right? Ooh, piece of candy. So turn 3 snap, assuming the other locations don't suck. Maybe goosing their invisible woman is a snap-a-lap, I think.
Oh, snap.
You play Gambit instead of Dackett in the discard deck. I don't know. And I don't have a ton of experience with that archetype to know what a good sub would be. I would be inclined to say no. Dackett's like a card that provides stats on the board, not a discard enabler. They could be Cerebro 3, yeah. Oh, it is Cerebro 3, it's Big Ogre. Sorry, I need to remember to look at usernames. So 100% Big Ogre. The Werewolf Goblins deck with Nico and Hawk is everything I want to be doing in this game. Yeah, it's a very fun and satisfying play pattern deck. I feel like it's a testament to how sweet Marvel Snap's design space is that, like, Werewolf, this card that just, like, puts numbers on the board, is such an interesting and fun thing, right? Like, there's so much room for them to design those types of effects, it feels like. We would have wanted to move the Nightcrawler middle or put at least 6 power in case they Cerebro. Yeah, that's a fair take, Derek. Neither of those were important. For every werewolf, there's an alliance. I don't think that's remotely true. I think if you take a quick peekaboo at Marvel Snap's release history, Alliance is a very clear standout of a deeply unfun, uninteresting card. Would Hall have killed the face down cards under Invisible Man? Yes. Yeah, I didn't play the Nightcrawler because of potential for Killmonger here. Isn't that the perfect draw? No, I really kind of want to start drawing Cerebros to copy.
Opponent snapped.
Damn, I wish I had Cerebro. We're 50% to draw it. 4 Cerebros would put me to 20 on the left, which might not be enough. Supposed to go.
Escaped.
Play these middle for now to play for priority. I feel like they're gonna play here with this combination of locations. Honestly, blowing up a Falcon is probably like a best case scenario against the bounce deck. Bifrost moves and then Hollow triggers. Yeah, that should be how this works. I don't have Cerebro or Storm here. This has been a good Cerebro session. I think I've thoroughly talked myself out of playing this for Infinite Conquest on Monday. It always makes me chuckle when someone says there's too many locations that kill Cerebro, because it's just like a #1 sign that the person doesn't get it. The core problem with this deck is not the glut of locations, it's actually games like this, right? Where you just like don't draw your namesake. And like every deck in Marvel Snap has location and draw variants. I would actually argue the explicit nature with which you're clearly winning the game or losing the game when you play Cerebro is actually a boon for many gamers, because it means that it's obvious when you should be retreating, because for a lot of people stay in games they just shouldn't be. It's actually kind of funny. So they copied their Darkhawk here, but they can't play it left or center because of Goose and Echo. They have a demon. If I'd have drawn blue Marvel, I might have actually talked myself into staying this game, but we didn't, so we have to go. I'm like, Cerebro's far from the only deck where like you need to draw some combination of Cerebro and blue Marvel to win the games on average, right? It's just, again, it's a lot more it's a lot more obvious when that happens to a deck like this. It's easier to identify, so it elicits a more powerful emotional response from gamers.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Daily Bugle.
Opponent snapped.
So that's their squirrels, and I have a Killmonger for my death snap, right?
Escaped.
Why not add back in magic? Because 2 reasons. 1, getting your magic rug pulled is very bad for this deck, and you don't have good ways to prevent that. And 2, most decks, there are many decks that are popular in Marvel Snap right now that leverage turn 7 way better than this deck leverages turn 7. Well, we got a copy of their death from the Daily Bugle, Robin, so probably Killmonger Snap. Nico Minaru kind of covers what Magic used to do for us, but better in many ways. She gives us some extra location variance control. She lets us draw towards our combo. She does a lot of what we're interested in. Shame these location are pits. I think I want to play a Divinescape against the discard deck.
Wind, aid my hand.
It's insane how this is the only channel that doesn't infuriate me with regards to ads. I don't sub and the ads never impact my viewing experience. Imagine if regular network TV ran ads in the middle of the TV show. Yeah. Yep. Big agree. Listen, you're preaching to the choir, chat. The only reason we don't run ads like that on this channel is because it makes me turn off other channels. Nico is perfect here, right? We go Nico, copy Cerebro, and then we move this and then play Cerebro plus Brood. Nico does so much. My recommended replacement for Echo would be Iceman. Do live sports events really play adverts over the top of... Do live sports events really play adverts over the top of the actual people playing the game? Sometimes, yes. Wild.
Victory.
I'm not a... Some do picture-in-picture ads. Sort of. They do it side by side now. Okay. NFL, very rarely. Sure, okay. They also stopped the live events to sometimes play. That's what I thought they did, but I honestly don't follow any type of sports ball, so I'm not sure what the norm is. But chat, we're basically an esport, and this esport, we pause for the adverts. Catch you on the flip side of 120 seconds. Speaking of, thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Picture-in-picture happens at most. Okay. Twitch does do picture-in-picture these days. He's just very, very small. Wanna play this? I don't know if I liked Gamora in this deck. I kind of liked... Is Gamora better than Spider-Woman here? She might not be. I'm also not sure that I really like the 5 energy. Do I need the 5 energy stat stick with Werewolf? Part of me wants to go like this and go Polaris into Shadow King into like Enchantress. I want to play goblins. I just want to like set up to be able to play like tech cards or combinations of like Hoods, Demon, and Miles Morales on the last turn. What do I need Luke Cage? I guess Shadow King's good against me. This might be a build where Shang is better than Shadow King just because my cards are kind of unlikely to get into Shang range other than Wolf, and they could get Shadow King periodically out of Loki. Maybe this is better, and then we like plan to play a 4 energy tech card plus some 1s on the last turn. That's probably pretty reasonable. These are the style of decks that Wolf's enabled to exist that I really truly enjoy. Just like good mixture of with that many 4s you want zombie. Well, this isn't a 4. I know it says 4 here, but this is a 1. So it's 2 4s, and these 4s I'm playing on the last turn with a couple of 1s, so I don't really need the discount. Yes, Viper triggers before Werewolf moves, correct. I should probably update the deck name, huh? Hey, canceled. Thank you for the almost an entire year of support. I appreciate the 11 months of Prime. Welcome back. I love the tech card decks because so many players just don't leave if they're dead to them. Yeah, they're really good cube equity for sure. For sure. I would never recommend opening your only 2 caches unless you're willing to spend money to get the caches if you miss. Otherwise, it's a pretty big spew. Queuing up with my Craven deck and immediately hitting a dedicated move deck is kind of a bad beat, especially if they have Craven and we don't. If they snap, we'll be going next, but we'll entertain the game for now, for the time being. I went full spew this week. I bought the wolf on tokens, then it took 4 pulls to get the variant. Yeah, me too. No, I was 3 pulls to get my variant. All right, we're hoping to pull their Craven left here, or pull their Craven right here, in a perfect world.
Spider-Man here.
Okay, 1 and 3, missed. This works every time, right? Literally every time, yeah. In a perfect world, they move Craven, and they go on reveal, and our Shang kills Craven and Wolf. Would you regret it for the weekend mission for Werewolf by Night? I've got a new best decks video that just published about an hour ago. It's got a few different werewolf decks in it. The answer, though, is there's a lot of things you could be playing. Cards real strong. I think they can put more stats into the right. I think our 9 holds there. We'll end up with this at 15, so we'll be 15, 20, 24 over here on the left. All right, we won the Craven mirror where they had Craven and we didn't. That bodes well for our hero. Why was the Enchantress mid? Where else should I have put the Enchantress?
Always changing.
This is my question back to you. And I wanted to move the Wolf Pup over. Oh, maybe you were missing the Nico Minaru was the Nico Minaru was a move my card to the right. So if I would have played Nico middle in the location that I was punting, she would have moved my 5 power thing from the left to the center. That's probably what you were missing. Enough to win here? I want to kill their HUD.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I guess if I would have Spider-Man'd here, knowing they had the demon, the 8 would have been good if we grabbed anything other than Daredevil. I'm gonna grab demon, we kill these. Sandman gamer there for sure. Noise. The biggest thing I want to instill in you if you're watching this video or watching me play decks like this is you'll note I'm sitting on a lot of these cheaper on reveals, waiting for werewolf to potentially show up, or just to play on turns like 4 to 5. Ham especially is a card that gains more equity the longer you wait to play it.
Opponent snapped.
Boarded we are, gamers. They're snapping me? Hold on, I messed this up. Hold on. Pulls to here, pulls middle, pulls to here, pulls here. God, I honestly want to snap him back.
Oh, snap.
Shreked by a Cosmo or something because we lost the priority flip. Be sad. Oh, I guess if they Cosmo, it goes left though, right? Holy shit. Yeah, we also have Hood for Bar with their name. Okay, that's why they're snapping. They have Hood for Bar. Does that make sense? Want to Spider-Man the bar? Yeah, maybe. Because we killed their Carnage, right?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
This is guaranteed to go left now. Or go right, I should say. Do I need the demon? Do I show them the HUD? Viper, you're a werewolf. That would be a spicy one. Yeah, their hood's -4. For the sake of it, this is the content move. They'll move werewolf out. They can't. They only have 2 locations open. Oh, I suppose if I Shang Jeff, their werewolf could move. They're leaving. Okay.
Victory.
Yeah, the play is actually like Demon Shang here and then Spider or Miles Morales here, right? I love decks that can be cheeky into the bar with no name. That's my favorite. Hey, Peabody, thanks for the 3 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Canceled. Thank you for the 11 months. I've been playing the Cheerios deck. It's been fun. Glad you're enjoying it. I think we're probably behind with this deck into an opposing Hood deck. Because we only have one way to clear it, and they likely have multiple. Hopefully we get a location like Space Throne, but for 2 slots someday. I hope we get a you can play a 5 cards here location at some point. I think that would be fun. I almost feel like they have to be setting up for that just by virtue of the fact that they keep changing all of these cards to say if your hand is full. Like I feel like the change in verbiage is like setting themselves up for that to be a more realistic thing that happens. Oh, I was gonna say their other thing doesn't come back, but yeah. Alright, well, we've lost there. I was hoping to pork like a Carnage. I don't really have any good draws in my deck. I think it's just this. I'm really hoping they don't draw Carnage for the middle. This deck has an atrocious footer matchup.
Escaped.
Need our board space. The clutter deck's very solid. It's got very, very strong early metrics. It's got a tough destroy matchup, but other than that, I think it's pretty good across the field. Recall, this is a Loki gamer who was a little spooky earlier. I think I recall this avatar plus, are these called kanji characters? What are these called? Am I remembering that correctly? Kanji, but that's major Chinese. Is kanji a generic word for all of these types of characters, whether they're Japanese, Chinese, etc., or is it specific to just Japanese for that? Kanji specifically to Japanese word for it. Okay. There's a recent video for a meta clutter deck. Yeah, I highlighted a clutter deck in my best decks video today. You should not be playing Sentry in it. He's bad. That's funny. They both have the same play. The snap with them not having Loki, maybe? Say sure. Hand's alright. I'm playing Craven off to the right because Starlit Citadel means this Baxter's about to shuffle to somewhere else. Gamers do in fact always be roping. Okay, they have a Spider-Man, so that enables their wolf, but it's also potentially good for a Craven. Gumming their board up is, we want Baxter to go right here. Perfect. Perfect. That's actual perfect for us, right? We could end up tagging their collector here, but statistically, that's not the one we're gonna get. They could be Spider-Manning us out of here, I suppose. Maybe I'm supposed to put Miles here for more targets in case they Spider-Man here. Yeah, I think that's what I've concluded I should have done. You explain why you prefer Viper Hood over Storm Jug in this deck. Well, Storm is explicitly not a card you really want with Werewolf by Night. Storm is a card that's good against Werewolf by Night.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Pretty big coin flip to lose. Rewarded for playing Miles this turn at least. Oh, there's no, I was like, where's my card draw? There's no cards in my deck because we drew and we had a hotel. Does ever win the game? I feel like there's universes where this wins the game, right? They have priority, so if they jump the wolf, you shang it. Yeah, maybe. I feel like I need extra stats somewhere else there, right? And their wolf coming in bumps my Craven, and my wolf coming in bumps my Craven. And I'm pulling something that they have out of there. I don't know. Maybe I'm just supposed to shang it. You're right. If I shang, am I winning either of these? Maybe, I guess.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pay out a Boomer Stepper.
Escaped.
This feels like I'd be just very surprised. Maybe they just don't want to risk it, but I feel like I'd be very surprised if they didn't have me beat here. And I was mostly just gonna give them 2 more cubes to chase the rabbit. They're also someone that was likely ghosting us earlier, so there's a good chance we're deterministically dead and they're snapping to try and get paid out. No, she won't protect face down cards. Face down cards don't have a cost. The only face-up ones. So far, I'm liking this build less than the one with Stature we played earlier. Killmonger felt real good. Good. I want to draw next turn. I think I want to get Craven down this turn, though. Alright, confirmed Phoenix Force Gamer. I think I need another Polaris. Oh, maybe another Polaris is good in the event that they Phoenix Force, huh?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Kingpin in their Phoenix Force deck is weird. Oh, they're doing the Kingpin fun stuff. Okay. Crack at it here. Whoa. What a high roll gamer. I think that gets us. We lose the right? Do I lose the left too? Yeah. No, I win the right. I lose the center and the left. Flips. Coin flips for one more cubes are just good play. Weird collection of cards. They must be a Phoenix Force deck, right? Generally speaking, after a variant is in a bundle, it goes into the Disney Vault and is not purchasable again. From before Werewolf existed. This is before Werewolf existed too, and it might be okay still. The Disney Vault. Hey, we're a Disney IP chat, okay? I haven't played any of this recently. This deck felt almost kind of real with Eco. It'll be out in a few years as a platinum version. Yeah, basically. I mean, they've said they'll never say never, but don't expect them to be, on average, returned back, basically. Yeah, most variants are exclusive into whatever way they originally appear. Is accurate assessment. Our deck tends to be pretty solid into other destroy decks. I was just about to say we're hoping we can avoid drawing null before we negative. So, Ravona doesn't really work in this deck because Null has power in your hand, so he doesn't get his costs reduced by her. That's the problem. Mr. Negative actually doesn't do anything or is detrimental to every card still in our deck right now, so we vibe in. This Killmonger is actually brutal for us because it resets our null, basically. Hey, Chase Townley, thank you for the quarter of the year. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
Opponent snapped.
They have extra energy here, too. I think we just have to go.
Escaped.
Yeah, our draw was awkward, and then they had 2 hoods to kill to make it so our Nolan to Zola just wasn't a big swing. Potentially. Oh man, I bet I'm about to have a really fun and interesting game against the person with the Sandman avatar. Golly. So, the Deadpool is slightly bigger if I bast it first, but I don't know that I have time to do that against a Sandman deck. And I want to just play my cards out this turn to make the Null bigger, so that way I can spike the Zola to go Null Zola here. At this point, they clearly don't have Sandman. They could top deck it, but I'm going to snap them. They're only a 20%er to draw it. Glad we accidentally played around arrow.
I am Iron Man.
I guess that's potentially annoying with Artem Zola.
Opponent snapped.
Zola saves us.
Escaped.
The Sandman deck has trash stats on Untapped, but it still feels very rancid to play against. Win or lose, you walk away from the experience feeling kind of exhausted. Yeah, I agree, Roth. It having trash stats is a true blessing. We're gonna shrink these, we'll grow the dead pools, so it's a net positive. Alright, want to avoid drawing Zola and Null here. Magic! She's beautiful. Do. Gonna snap. Mother of God. All right, I think that's been enough, Mr. Negativing, for one day. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Thank you, sir. May I have another? Thank you, sir. May I have another? For fuck's sake, chat. Absolutely bodied. I will draw Zola and we'll hit the 50-50. Easy peasy. Narrator, it was neither easy nor was it peasy. Five, 9, 12 in the middle, and some amount over here. There's no way 12 wins middle, right? I guess it depends on where the dog ends up at. But the dog's even just gonna be, like, if the dog ends up here, it beats my null, right? Because my null's only gonna be 5, 9, 22. Alright, we'll leave this one relegated to Conquest. I'm not gonna delete it, because we'll play it for funsies sometimes, but it's not, Mr. Mr. Negative, I'm gonna deliver the hard pill to swallow because I've heard this parroted way too fucking much recently. No, Mobius was not the reason Mr. Negative sucks shit. It's bad for a variety of reasons. Mobius was one of the many dozen reasons he was bad for a little bit, but the rest of them are also all still there, and Mr. Negative still is terrible. You know what always makes me feel better after a terrible deck though, chat? Some wonderful adverts. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. You're watching on the YouTube side, you haven't tapped the like button yet. Consider doing that on the live stream. You want something to watch while we're taking a short break? Be sure to check out our best decks video. We got 13 deck breakdown in 11 minutes. I'd actually be interested in people who watch my stuff on the regular. Was I too brief? Was I too brief in some of the deck overviews in today's video? I was short on the more established ones I've covered a few times recently. I felt like they needed to be there for painting the picture, but I didn't spend a lot of time on them. What are your goals with your collection? Are you trying to get inked or gold variants of all cards? Yeah, my goal is to have an inked or gold split on a variant for every card. That felt fine, yeah. It's probably too brief for a less experienced stat player, but I think a less experienced stat player should just like pause and read the cards themselves. I don't think most people watching stat content need to have destroy or discard broken down to them for the dozenth time, right? How many ways are to say Loki good? Well, to be fair, the Loki segment in today's video, I think, is almost 90 seconds of it. There was actually a lot to say about Loki, because the Loki deck has a lot of variations in it, and it's probably the archetype that's the furthest from optimized in the things I highlighted today. It's been about 2 minutes on Loki. Yeah, I thought I was closer to 90 seconds. Maybe it was 2 minutes. I have 10,000 tokens and I have Lad pinned. Should I unpin it and try and get Renslayer, Mirage, and Negasonic? So, Renslayer's not super replaceable in her deck, so I think she's a fine pickup. Both Mirage and Teenage Warhead, unless they're cards that you really love the idea of, they're like optimization cards that don't make or break an individual deck list, so they'd be low priority for me if I was someone with limited cards. Decided to take your advice to optimize spotlights for fun. My main decision for Werewolf is either to open now or in January. Do you think Ghost Spider is a more fun card than Beta Ray Bill? Yeah, Ghost Spider's kind of a neat, tricky card. Also, like, having Werewolf to play much sooner is good value. Werewolf's a super sweet card. I like him a lot. Vibe in, we vibe in. You think it's best in slot for Iron Lad and the Darkhawk statues from the video? I don't know that Iron Lad's super replaceable in that deck. It's a pretty powerful card. As currently on display, on this stream. I don't know that Iron Land's very replaceable. It's a very unique and powerful effect. We really like to draw one of our 1 energy on reveals here. Or rock. We could do a rock. What if I go bear into Mirage? It is 1 energy, factual. Oh my god, I took their Shang-Chi. I'm a golden god, chat. I am a golden god! I think we're dead though. I don't think I can beat Dr. Doom, huh? Oh wait, I haven't. No, I'm saying I haven't used it yet. I have though. My Stone Guard went there. My wolf jumps to wherever the Dr. Doom is.
Escaped.
I don't know that I like this build that doesn't have tech cards in it. Oh, you know, we should play some games with this. We should see if the Lockjaw Cheerios holds up. It could be a deck list. I like Lockjaw decks, and I like Werewolf by Night, so if this holds up, I might want to have it in the rotation on Monday.
Behold my creations.
Behold my creations. Hey, mixed results with it today. A lot of Shangs. We could maybe swap the Luke Cage for what's his name? Armor. Make sure Yellow Jacket a little bit worse, but that's mostly what it's there for. When are we getting golden tacos? I have ink tacos, which are good enough. See chat, ink tacos.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
I believe the Lockjaw interaction where Werewolf doesn't move because of timestamps is confirmed a bug. I don't recall the answer with regards to Luke's Spar. I think Doc Destroy with Death or Taskmaster is better. I definitely like Taskmaster in the Destroy deck. I don't know if Death is the right cut though. So for people that are new here, one of the things I really don't do on this channel is I don't like optimize decks. So like we play a lot of different stuff, so I can give you like an opinion on whether or not I think a deck is good or bad. But like what's ideal in the 12th slot in a given deck list is not something that I typically am like, yes, I know the answer to that. Wow. Unlucky opponent. Whew. Alright, I assume they're leaving. Oh, Oh, shoot. This hammer is getting Nico, and Nico could be the destroy spell. Werewolf by Night coming out of Lockjaw is fun, I agree. And honestly, so the big reason I like this Werewolf by Night with the Lockjaw is they give you overlapping synergy in terms of like, what do you expect? Well, that worked out. What do you expect? They give you different things for your cards that are early to be good to use, right? So like your zeros are good early. Wow, we lost. Shit. I guess I should have left Wolf in the center. Yeah, well played, opponent. I guess I should have left Wolf in the center. Yeah, just barely. I thought 18 was going to be enough there. What's wrong? Or honestly, thinking about this, maybe what I was supposed to do here... I mean, the Lady Deathstrike didn't kill that much power on the left. The Lady Deathstrike could have been any 4-power thing. We would have been fine. I think what I should have done there is I should have not played into the Lockjaw, knowing that Nico was my only hit, and I should have gone Wolf right, Wolf back to center, Chavez right. I think that would have won the center, right? Because then the Wolf would have been 8, and I would have had Wasp -1. Maybe that was enough. I think I could have spread my power better there at the end.
Behold my creations.
Those credits would be burning a hole in my pocket. What's your current closest target? Most of the cards that I want to work on splits for, I need like 4,000 or 5,000 credits so I can split them several times, Gap. So having a bunch of credits doesn't really faze me. I'd rather wait and roll them all at once. Am I lockjawing or am I Thor into Thoring? I mean, I don't even know. I mean, me waiting to upgrade isn't even about delaying gratification, gamers. It's literally just, I wouldn't get anything out of spending my small amount of credits I have. Hulk being sold in the deck makes me want to lockjaw. Yeah, it's a fair take. Chavez too. Yep. Maybe I'm supposed to play middle expecting that. Wanna not redraw Wasp here? Well, I guess redrawing Wasp is fine. Because I get to go into here and then into here. Oh, I suppose this leaves me locked, though, huh? But they just have 2 big things in a row. On the right, I'm only going to be at 21 there. I also potentially die to a Shang, right? did Shang and Dino. Dino is 13. 7 cards in their deck, but just so unlikely to win us.
Escaped.
The more I play, the more I hate Professor X. It's hard to say I despise Professor X more than I despise Galactus, but he's more common than Galactus, so his frustration occurs more frequently. By the way, gamers, if you haven't done so already, there's a code for 100 free credits. It wasn't working yesterday, but people are reporting it works today. You go to marvelsnap.com, click shop in the top right, and then enter marvelsnap7 in all capitals. You'll be able to get some goodies that way. Play some more of the Surfer Wolf deck. It's okay yesterday. Yes, you can also share your season recap for another free 100. 2 free collection levels on Brood. Did we have our cake and eat it too?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Rip. I think this is our best shot to draw cards here, and I really want to draw 2 against the Darkhawk deck. I do not think this deck is playable without Werewolf by Night. As I talked about in the section on this deck in the best decks video, I think part of the reason why Surfer is back on the map thanks to this deck is in no small part due to the stats that Werewolf by Night is able to put into individual paths. Very appropriately played around our stuff here. But deck only has 4 cards in it, though, because of Asgard, right? The real question is my body ready to lose to Galactus? Does it even beat Galactus? It's only 14. No, it doesn't. Doesn't actually. Yep. I saw this deck list going around. Fuck this card, chat. It's so annoying. Makes the game incredibly stupid. Teenage Warhead doesn't work, chat. Teenage Warhead isn't what's her name? She's not Eliath. Their card still flips up and blows up the board, and then I'm at -9-0. Yeah, they're literally just playing Ravona Hawk with 2 goblins because -11 is so much in a path. I'd like to dedicate that game of Marvel Snap to the handful of shitters I blocked for telling me Galactus was unplayable on my most recent balance patch post. This one goes out to you, chumps. You're supposed to tempo Shadow King into the raft here. What if I just, like, keep their hand full so they can't fill the raft? Is there really anything that's unplayable in Step? Yeah, I mean, there's cards that are bad. There's stuff like Angel and Baron Mordor and friends that, like, Quake. They certainly, like, need redesigns. But you're right. On average, Marvel Snap has a far lower density of cards that are outright unplayable than most other card games. Yep, and this Maximus actually just didn't cost us anything here in terms of tempo.
Opponent snapped.
I guess they get their 0 cost, right? And then they have time to play it into the vats. Yeah, I don't think this deck is good enough into Loki for me to play it. A couple of times we queued into Loki with it yesterday. We felt pretty terrible. Well, so the comment on unplayable cards is booster pack card games need a density of unplayable cards because you can't have all winners inside of booster packs that people are opening. And if you look at the way a lot of people respond to the Marvel Snap economy, having bad cards for players to open makes them feel better, right? Hearthstone had a draft format too. The idea or concept that gets pushed constantly where you have to have cards be not constructed playable in order to have a limited format is very silly in my opinion. You hear that a lot with Magic the Gathering players as well. And it could not be more silly in my opinion. Let's just do this and call it a day. Someone said this was a destroy game earlier. All right, what if I do this?
Snap.
I'm ready to get destroyed by something that's not destroy. Yes, exactly, Trench. Then Magic players will tell you how they love high-powered limited formats because they feel like not trash. Confirmed destroy enjoyer. Actual best draw on the deck, right? This picks back up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This type of professionalism, I know, is why many of you watch the stream. I aim my best to continue to deliver it every single day. Thought Cube was a meme, never met anybody that played a Magic Cube. Magic Cube is definitely like a more hardcore style thing. Final answer? Final answer, right? Can't lose? Can't lose has been declared, says local man, about to be enchantress by the destroy deck. It's turn 5. It's fine, chat. I wanna our best chance to brick their draw. No, I don't want a demon middle. I want to put all the rocks in their deck.
Enough said, bub.
Chat wanted me not to play my hand out. Look at how big my brain is. You ever seen someone with a brain this big, gamers? Sometimes it's hard to fit in the room. Airfro, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, Enchantress doesn't get us either, right? Because it gets rid of their null, too. Oh my god, did they do it? No, it's only plus 20, right?
Enough said, bub.
Okay, that was way closer than it had any right to be.
Victory.
Way closer. Actually kind of scary. If the Wolverine went somewhere else, Chavez would have beaten Deathlock. No. We were good either way, chat. If the Wolverine landed at either of these, we were good here. Last time we played this deck on stream, people in chat were discussing if you could cut Chavez from it. In my Infinite Conquest run with this last night, I beat Sandman in no small part due to knowing that this was my draw in turn 6 in a few of the games. So, especially with the recent Sandman buff, you should not be cutting Chavez from this deck. You know why I have a mute icon? Because the I have no sound icon isn't something that automatically gets toggled up when you mute the player. It's a visual setting you can set on or off on your Twitch profile, which is actually just one of the most mind-bogglingly stupid things about the platform. Which is impressive. There's a number of very stupid things about Twitch.tv. But that one working like that is certainly towards the top. BRB toggling that. And the funny part is, like, that would actually be like this super useful feature, I think, if it just like toggled automatically when you muted things, right? Or like didn't have audio. Like from a would you use this perspective, I think the answer is yeah, it seems fine. Seems good even. Confirmed. So this is good, talking about identifying what deck your opponent is playing and then reacting appropriately. The Forge in our opponent's collector deck, especially with Maria Hill, would imply that they're the Loki, specifically playing Falcon and sometimes Beast as well. All right, that's a big turn for Loki for them. Big Loki. Where am I playing for here? I think we have to punt the middle, right? And I have Hawk plus Demon on the last turn, but my Hawk's not big enough because their Nico drew 2 cards. Oh, probably in dead territory. I think when they redesign Chavez, what card do I replace her slot with will vary depending on what the metagame looks like at the time. What problem am I currently experiencing that I think needs to be addressed? And honestly, this kind of highlights this deck's good Loki matchup. Despite them having a strong draw and ours being only okay, we kind of have a coin flip here at the end, don't we? Where do we think they put more stats, the left or the right? They bounced a Black Widow, a Forge, and something else back to their hand. I'm playing this here, and then I think we're kind of coin flipping a demon here. Ah, they haven't locked in yet. Could be getting spookied. Wow, yeah, well played. We actually just didn't have a win there, right? It didn't matter which side we went, they had us covered. Close. I think that, like, it's easy. Games like this are ones why you shouldn't focus on the results of the games that you're having if you're trying to learn matchups. Like, a game like that makes me feel good about that matchup, right? Like, they fired on every cylinder, and our draw was thoroughly below average, and we were a point short at the end.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
All right. Let's go. Oh my god, please Viper me a HUD. Please Viper me a HUD. I was sad I have to blow mine up. Please Viper me a HUD. That's so bad. That's so unlucky for us. Can't play high, kind of sucking too. Sorry, it's the other way, actually. We do this. And they got a Maximus off of Camp Lehi when I can't do anything about it. So unlucky. Actual everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. I think I have to contest Kiln here. Maybe we're not supposed to. They could commit their demon there. Yeah, very, very big RNG diff with the location and the Maximus.
Escaped.
Oh, did the shop roll over? Message. Not a match. Just really don't feel like being emoted at today. Sorry, bud. It's not you, it's me. I want to draw and then bast, right?
Snap.
Good chance we find a way to bounce stuff here.
Victory.
I usually don't mute fist bumps at the start of it, but if I'm feeling a little annoyed and they're using the emotes, it means they might emote me in other ways later, and I don't want to do that once I'm already a little like over it, for lack of a better term. Fancy Hawkeye variant. Taskmaster's very good. Different ongoing card. Oh, the demon would have gone to 3 with the bast. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know, it's probably fine with the draw 2. Ooh. They really need to fix this icon bug. I didn't realize how much I needed and appreciated her icon working until she didn't work anymore, chat. Losing the coin flip for your Black Widow to power up the collector is always big sad. Thanks for the 7 months, by the way, Airfro. And Mike, thank you for the 38. It's nice for us. I snapped yet?
Oh, snap.
Yeah. I think I give up a werewolf bounce for the sake of getting extra thing back to my hand with Forge here. I don't think I want a Nico with the move spell. Good. That's pretty good too. Holy crap. All right, these are the turns, chat. Bast jumps here. Forge jumps here. Nico jumps here. Widow jumps here. Changes here. Falcon, pick him up. Wolf ends here. You'll note that I made sure to forge the Nico there. So that way, if I hit the Nico doubles and power spell next turn, she can be most useful. Hopefully the random location doesn't screw us here. Yep, perfectly neutral. And this is another situation that I've been in a lot at the end of these games where it's just like, yes, I actually want to just play Chavez on the last turn. We're just like, we don't, she's our extra stat stick here. And I guess where do I want to contest? I'm down 8 here, I'm down 10 here. A little bit of a whack-a-mole game if they have a Shang-Chi. The wolf gets +2 mid as well, yeah, so it's like kind of like a wash. What card replaces werewolf in this deck? Elsa. Wait, we played this deck card for card with Elsa before Wolf, and it was fine. Your Loki matchup is worse with Elsa, is the notable thing. Because the Loki deck's gonna use the Elsa against you. So is 16 enough to win here? Think so? Okay. That's a widow's bite, right?
Victory.
And this really highlights how strong this matchup is for us when our draw gets going, because they had a second Bloodstone from Maria Hill and we still put them in the ground, right? Not only did they have second Bloodstone from RNG Maria Hill, but we also didn't get our Dark Hawk going, right? Like we only had Wolf. We only had Wolf, Forge, and America Chavez for stats. This card, like Cudlun helped here a little bit. I mean, I don't know. How much of this was Cudlun, right? Like Cudlun gave them +2, but we're winning by 10 here, right? If you take 2 off of here and you take 8 off of here, we're still ahead. It's a smaller margin, but we're still ahead. I think the Jane Jaw deck list is okay, but it's probably a little bit too weak to tech cards like Shang-Chi to be something I really want to play inside of Conquest. I think a big part of decks that I personally want to take to Conquest, I don't want to be cold to tech cards. You know what makes me feel warm when I am cold though, chat? The glow of the adverts from my screen selling me lots of wonderful things. We'll see you in 120 seconds after you get back from yours. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Playing some, but I think right now. Loki gamers salty they lost to the bounce deck after they RNG'd second Elsa. I got him, my chat bud. Can taste the sodium from my screen. Be careful with your diet. Too much is bad for you. Alright, so right now, I think for next week I have 4 decks we're gonna play on Monday in Infinite Conquest. We're definitely gonna do some Bounce Hawk runs. And I think we're gonna play some High Evo double up. And I think I like the Stature Wolf build for a pile of tech cards. And we'll probably play some Zero Mary too. So it has some similarities to the Stature Wolf deck, but some differences too. What do they say? It was just someone acting like likely the person that we just played against, upset that we said we put them in the ground. Nah, we were just talking about the Cheerios deck. I think the Cheerios deck is not good enough against opposing tech cards to be something I want to play. Miss Marvel next week too. So when the Miss Marvel season starts, Infinite Conquest closes. So we'll be doing Infinite Conquest all day on Monday and then a little bit on Tuesday if I have tickets left over. So I have 12 tickets, so depending on how good the runs are going, these may or may not get used up on Monday. It was the same username, so it was very likely them. Yeah, imagine having an RNG Elsa and then also losing while ghosting. I do not think there is room in this deck for another payoff card. If you wanted to fit a payoff card in this deck, it would have to go into the armor slot, and I think armor is very good in this metagame. You want to bluff snap it? Sure. I mean, I think our hand's actually pretty solid. Like, obviously the Darkhawk is shit, but I have two demons and I have Nico. Bad bluff into Loki, chat. Last time we listened to you all. I want to hit the copy a card so I can go Nico into copy hood, into second hood, falcon them back, have 4 demons. Yes, that person, that was their second message in chat, and their other message in chat was them posting while they were playing us. Okay, alright, maybe chat was right. Maybe we're gonna be okay, gamers. Everything's gonna be alright. I'm staying on the draw another hood chat. Giddy up. Giddy up, gamers! It's an 8-cuber. If you Nico and then play the next card armor, does it destroy? And you have to destroy the card to draw extra. If they have Mirage, it could be bad for us, I guess. That's the card I'm a little worried about. What does their Nico do? Their Nico is also copying something. Fair. Fair, fair. Turnabout's fair game. Am I committing this to somewhere? Sure. 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 What's our best Nico hit at this point? The double my power? They Loki'd for 4. Oh, they Loki'd for 4, but then they got another Loki. Okay, I'm not sure what our best Nico hit was, but I'm confident that was not the best one. Fairly confident that one's not ideal. We're playing her mid, right? Just cuz? Do we think they can beat 13 in the middle? Why would I keep Nico, chat? Next turn is turn 6. Do I want to gamble on the double spell, or would I rather just play Darkhawk? If I hope for I'm getting 2 demons, chat. I'm getting 2 demons. Don't bast after the hood. Chat, nowhere is right there. It's right there. All right, I guess in theory, nowhere could, or they could turn off nowhere with what's it called? They could have my Nico and turn off nowhere. Ooh, they hit my wolf. That's a little scary. Okay. Okay, gamers. Okay, look at that. We played around it. We played around it, chat. Look at that. Look at how fucking huge our brains are. I humored you, and we won. And then, I don't think they can win the center without moving the wolf. And if they move the wolf, we win here. And there's no fucking way they beat my Nulled Lamentus here, right? Watch them have, like, Hub Goliath. Or like Hub Echo. Yeah, sometimes they also have an absurd hub card, and they're gonna trash can us. Hey, Babka, thanks for the brand new primer. Appreciate the support. Folks like you make my job possible, so thanks for keeping me around. To be fair, chat didn't know why they were right when they were telling me to play Bast first. In defense of chastising chat, they didn't understand why they were right.
Victory.
I'm probably gonna post a highlight with this deck at some point, and that one maybe should go. I haven't been taking notes today because I have like a bunch of backlog of content saved up, but that was kind of a sick game, right? Yeah, they turned the stream on to come check and see if they should leave, and they learned they should. There's no world where you leave there in the dark. Yeah, I agree, yeah. Oh, there's weekend missions going on. Win with Elsa Bloodstone. What's the best Elsa Bloodstone deck? Is there an Elsa Bloodstone deck that doesn't want to play Werewolf by Night? I wasn't thinking about that. I need to do weekend missions. Let's win one more with this. Well, like, I think Loki, you'd rather have Werewolf than Elsa. I don't think you want them together. I'd rather have werewolf. I mean, I could play a strictly worse version. Elsa and werewolf are anti-synergy. Their sequencing bounces off each other. They only 200 tokens for the wolf. Chat, they give you less tokens for better cards. The purpose of the weekend tokens is to encourage people to buy cards they might not otherwise buy. Werewolf is absurd and lovely, and nobody really needs extra incentive to pick him up. Mother of God. Yeah, when they keep releasing good cards, you'll see more than 200 tokens when they release a stinker. You want a called shot? Gladiator's gonna be more than 200 tokens. Here's your called shot. Was Black Knight 200? Ooh, that's a good call. I bet Black Knight didn't have a terrible purchase rate.
Opponent snapped.
I bet plenty of people, like, you don't see any more Black Knight because people burned out on it, but I think I would bet he had a pretty okay pull rate. Yeah, on the web shop exclusive $10 bundles, the Wolverine variant's a 700 gold variant, while the Carnage variant is 1200 gold. So the Carnage one is more. I like to snap on turn 1 with hands like this. And I'm always curious to see when they snap me back like this. Is this an ego snap? I'm not getting snapped on turn 1 by Jeff Hoagland, or like, is their hand also good? Because I'm snapping because we have Korg into Widow into Beast do it again. I've seen you run Nico in almost all your decks recently. Can you see it being good moving forward, barring uncontrollable things? Yeah. I think if they do determine Nico needs to be adjusted, the adjustment they probably make to her is they probably make it so she only draws 1 card. And I think even if they adjust her to only draw 1 card, she's still very good. You gonna let all of these get hit by best? I guess this one doesn't need to. Where do I want to play armor out? Do I want armor mid or right? I guess I can't play this right. I was like, I kind of want to go head to head with them in Stark Tower. May or may not do that. And I don't need to Korg this turn because they're getting Black Widowed, so the rocket's irrelevant. Longers. Okay, spicy discard. My Hawk will end up being 17. What if I just do... If I just do this, and then I have an 11 power Chavez to play next turn? And these go right. Yeah, seems fine. Are they a Gambit deck, maybe? Oh, they are a Gambit deck. Cute.
All systems go.
Alright, go right, Beast. And they'd have to have, like, Odin Apocalypse or, like, Odin Swarm to win this game, right?
Victory.
Our Darkhawk trade for that. To be fair, they were pretty unlikely to hit the Darkhawk, right? They were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they were 1 in 6 and then 1 in 5. So we had to hit a 80%er followed by a 60%er. Or no, 80% of the second time. First time it's 70 or 85 or so. Their hand was Swarm and Rock. Okay. It's 100% to hit Darkhawk in my experience. That's true. Win a location with 4 cards. Okay, so these missions, these are the same picture, huh? Hey, look, it's the bounce deck we're playing, but with Elsa instead of the thing. No, it's got Angela. Angela over armor, too. Oh, you know what? There was, They're all Agatha. Is there a non-Agatha Khazar build? There is, and it's not good. Why are the season pass caches so bad? Any of the rewards that you could grind endlessly on demand tend to not have strong rewards in Marvel Snap, simply because they don't want you endlessly grinding for prizes. That causes player burnout. Play a little bit of this. Oh, I hate this deck. Like, I think, like, I don't like playing decks that are worse versions of other things. And I honestly think a lot of the decks that were previously playing Elsa are just better off playing Wolf instead right now. Which is nice. We've kind of diversified a little bit. So there's like not auto-include Elsa. It creates more things to do in that slot. This is an Alioth pile of cards, but I don't know if there's a non-Alioth Elsa deck out there. I'd rather play this deck than... I'd rather play this deck than Thanos, I think. Elsa Reavers. You can tell I'm a gamer of culture, because my Alliance is white bordered. Base art, white bordered thing. Is Thanos out of the meta again? Nope. Thanos, per the metrics, is one of the most popular and top performing decks. You can find that one and lots of other popular and top performing decks broken down in my best decks video. Thanos just isn't every third game anymore. Things have diversified a bit, but still a powerful and good choice. Don't you also have an unsplit leader too? I might have one split on leader at this point. I don't recall. But yeah, that was not a card I played a lot of either. I was not a fan of its play patterns. Oh, you know what? I messed up, chat. I should have moved Nightcrawler so I could go Angela. Angela Isles here. Rip. I supposed to move him to Miles this turn? Nah, well, Miles on 5 probably. Elsa discard. And this will be fine, because we're guaranteed to draw a 2 or a 3, he says, before top decking a second 6-drop. And then we could go Miles plus the 2 or 3. I guess this deck actually isn't that good at winning locations with 4 cards, thinking about it. That'll probably be a quest that I incidentally do on Monday when we play a ton, though. I've been seeing a lot of discard recently. The discard decks have incredibly good metrics. Archetype is very consistent. Perfect. It's a pretty cool one, gamers. All right, let's assume they have their best possible. They Modok discard Apocalypse. Modok discard Apocalypse would give them 4 total discards, which puts them up to 21 here, and then this would be 16 on here. If I move this here, it gives me +5 up to 11. And then this gets me to 16, and this gets me to 17, so I'm not beating that. I think we're dead to Modok Apocalypse. Doom right instead of mid. That loses the tiebreaker. Also, Doom right instead of mid just loses me the Elsa bonus. I'll stay like this for one. Dynamodok Apocalypse. Beat that one. We beat that one. Weak limp on both sides. GG opponent.
Victory.
Where did the Professor X Destroy deck come from? A content creator put out a thing with it. It won one of the community tournaments. It's another wonderful living example of acceleration and Professor X being one of the most toxic things in the game. We did win with 4 cards too. It's just good quest value there. I think with Elsa in hand, we play the Nightcrawler on 1. I feel like this matchup's probably okay, says Local Man before he loses to his own Goliath. Still due to snap, but is Angela still good after the nerf? Don't have Kitty, so it feels bad. Angela is still being played in a number of reasonable and competitive deck lists like this one. She's not just the go-to omnipresent best 2-drop. I would like to draw Jeff. Am I saving Nightcrawler? I think so. I think prison cards will also always be a point of contention in Stab. I think the acceleration to the prison cards is the point that's problematic. I think they need to redesign Professor X to be, I lock down this location starting on turn 6. Like, even with Daredevil, Professor X has never really been overbearing in other decks. It's always the Time Stone, Psylocks, Electrodes, Waves, etc. That put him up over the top. Alright, well, the good news is we're guaranteed to draw a card we can play here. I'm gonna hide that one, and then we'll go Vision into Doctor Doom, probably.
Opponent snapped.
You like, next turn this lane is locked. I think next turn this lane is locked down would make him a little bit too weak. Alright, they're Lokiing me, I assume, here. Oh, they're just werewolfing. Okay. Oh, I wonder if we're big enough to keep up with the stats from that. We're probably not. The Dark Dimension restricts them a little bit, which is nice. You can see Professor X coming in anyway. It's a very bad card. I don't know that I agree with that take, actually. I think there's a lot of games where you can kind of know Professor X is coming and not really be able to do anything about it. Alright, so they copied my deck and all my cards cost 2 less. To a minimum of 1. Nightcrawler is the only thing they can have completely for free. What are the odds? What are the odds the werewolf doesn't move? I feel like the werewolf has to move, right? They could also have my Eliath. If they don't have my Eliath, I could just do this, but I guess then the werewolf still gets me. Oh, that's true, actually. I only have Spider-Man. Well, I have Eliath and Doctor Doom that trigger the wolf as well. I think there's a good chance they use my Eliath and this wins the game. If they don't use my Eliath, there's a chance that 10 here and 15 here wins these two.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Yeah, I bet we win left and right now, right? We're tying their Doctor Doom. Their Eliath doesn't do anything. Got him. Got him! And we won our win with 4 cards mission again. Nailed it. We beat Quinjet Loki, chat, with my best of fair cards. Feels pretty good. I wonder if there's merit. Okay, I think I haven't played this deck a ton, so bear with me. I think perhaps I was supposed to save the Nightcrawler because I have Kraven and Silk this game. Because I could have gone Silk into Crawler here. Meta shift also from movers from top tier to pile of fair cards. I mean, that's the goal, right? You want your decks to be full of piles of fair cards. Oh, are they playing the Ravona discard combo deck? We played that yesterday. It's sweet. Not one that I'm considering for Infinite Conquest, so we're not gaming with it today, but in general, sweet. We're hoping we need Starlit Citadel to go here. If Machine World goes here, we're probably in trouble. But I can't really move myself or trigger my Angela. Loki aside, any decks you'd recommend for Conquest? Yeah, I think the Hawk Bounce deck is excellent for Conquest. Perfect. Let's go Elsa here, into Rock Slide here, trying to bat Silk over to the left. To the left, to the left. Trying to swing the spider person to the left. I think with the Machine World here, I'm not super scared of the Dracula, and I'm gonna stay. Yeah, I think we are getting Artem Zolan here, which is fun. Yep. Gotta hit their Modok with Alliant. Yeah, I guess that's fair. If I was a Modok, where would I be played? Think they Modok mid? Last time I listened to fucking chat. Always a mistake to listen to chat. Always, 100% of the time. God damn it, chat. %60 of the time we disappoint. 60% is a gracious number. All right, gamers, I am going to go ahead and take off. It's Friday. I've been running late a ton, so I'm going to go ahead and take off a little bit early today. I appreciate everybody hanging out through the end. Remember, if you want more from me, be sure to check out my best decks video over on the YouTube side. You can check that out. We probably lost regardless. No, if I would have taken my original line, we would have given them a Dracula potentially. The thing would have been smaller. Maybe they get it regardless. Oh, to be honest, you might be right. At any rate, be sure to check out that. I'm going to be off the entire weekend this weekend. Last Saturday metrics were only kind of okay, so I'm gonna take Saturday and Sunday off for some family time. I'll be back Monday morning for a full stream. Monday is going to be a little bit different. Monday and Tuesday, the Infinite Conquest goes away on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Central. So Monday's stream, I'm going to stream on a delay to make stream sniping a non-factor, and I'm going to be ignoring chat, and we're just going to play decks that I think are good inside of Infinite Conquest and see if we can rack up any Infinity avatars. So I've got 12 tickets that should fill the whole stream on Monday. If you want to see some try-hard content on occasion on the channel, make sure to be here Monday for that. If the metrics are good for it, we'll do it again periodically. If you want to know the best decks to be playing in your own Infinity Conquest, check out the best decks video on the YouTube channel. I'm going to raid KK Sparkles. They're pushing for partner, so any metrics you could give them while hanging out and watching their stream would be great. They're a great content producer. I will catch you after the weekend, folks. Enjoy yours. If you're watching on the YouTube side and you haven't tapped the like button before the YouTube stream turns off, you should do that. If you check out the Best X video, be sure to tap the like button on that one as well.